Welcome to the concluding day of the WAAS 64 conference. We have had 27 sessions over 3 days in May and June so far. Before we begin our sessions today, let's watch a short video with highlights from the previous sessions.
We know that no state nor or actor alone can face the current and future challenges. So effective solutions will only emerge from a deep understanding of these issues, combined with innovative thinking and collaborative action.
We need to learn how to manage the global social transformation, something that's never been done consciously before, certainly not on the scale it is now. And it's a high priority for us at the Academy.
We have the solution. We know what to do. We actually know in general, maybe not in detail, but which policies, regulation, and international cooperation and coordination that we need. And the positive thing, Adan, is that government are actually finally acting. In my 30 years in trade and environment, it's the first time we see industrial policies being recooked and redesigned, and we're seeing carbon pricing being rolled out. This is all good. The problem is, if we do that individually, nation by nation, without coordination across countries, we risk achieving the SDGs or the climate goals in that case, because it's really focused on climate, at the expense of development. And we know that is not sustainable. We can never achieve green at the expense of social.
If we wanted to really promote a knowledge society, we should stop having an education that is centered on the professor, centered on the teachers, but had to be centered on the students.
It is about the grassroots. It is about really the human dimension that is so sacred to all of us, and it's obviously is the beginning of everything.
We need a new UN Charter 2024, not a revised charter, but a new charter, because the charter was based on a very different situation after the Second World War. The charter should reflect the change in the balance of power in the world today.
The food crisis in many developing countries is in fact the result of the strong role of corporations and the weak role of the governments of these countries. This means for me that the problem can be solved only with an adequate ideological change or ideological shift, in which small farmers' organizations should become equal partners with all other stakeholders.
Culture is a crucial element of the transformation, and it is important to understand its value for supporting the welfare of people and integrating this value in all of our decisions. This is something that we economists also work on. We try to derive the value of natural capital, but also cultural capital and even spiritual capital, which are very, very crucial.
Our work at Force for Good, partnering with the World Academy of Art and Science, has shown that actually, although the general mood is the SDGs are not achievable and we will fail, and that may actually happen, it's not through lack of solutions. We identified 15 solutions around which capital can mobilize, and 10 technology-based solutions that can be rolled out where no new inventions are required, which would allow us to more than 100% close this gap, the SDG gap. So it isn't because we don't have the solutions. It's not because we don't have the money. It is because we are not mobilizing to scale across the world to solve these issues.
The core problem, I would call it the problem of modernity and our obsession with our intellects without any spiritual and moral foundation, which leads to what I call the forgotten why. It's to talk dirty, it's a problem of teleology, purpose. So without the why, you have law without justice, medicine without healing, education without character, philosophy without the pursuit of truth, art without beauty, religion without love and transcendence, obsessed with rites, rituals, practices, and dogma.
The UN system at the moment is going through a huge budgetary crisis. It is, we have great expectations about the UN and we don't give the organization the resources that it needs. The European Union, decades ago, came up with a system of funding itself independently of the political process. It doesn't depend on the goodwill of its prime ministers and governments. It automatically generates a body of resources because within European law, a share of value-added value-added taxes and import duties are directly channeled to the European budget, which allows the organization to plan to do budgeting over a 6-year period.
Peace is absolutely essential to human flourishing. It's the foundation of thriving societies and economies, and it certainly encompasses far more than just the absence of conflict.
The SDGs is, let's say, a sort of game changer. Of course, we had the Millennium Goals, but the SDGs, taking into account the indicators, the aspects measurable and the quantified aspects, they introduced a new norm, let's say, in policy making. And actually, fundamental is to find the orchestration at global level.
The whole concept of human security is that this is not isolated to an individual, but it's about taking the perspective of the individual within a community and within a society.
We thought that we outgrew wars, that we left them in the past millennium, but they're increasing and escalating as we see, which shows that the roots and causes have still not been resolved. We are dealing too much with handling consequences and often forget the causes. When we identify and solve the causes, the consequences will also be solved.
We're on the edge of a precipice. Where do we go from here? The World Academy of Art and Science is eminently qualified to make a major contribution to the search for answers. In this, the Academy, as a preeminent civil society grouping, contributes towards the same critical goals that the international community will be discussing at the Summit of the Future this fall.
There will be no human security without abolishing patriarchy. And this is not about men and women. It's about the structures, the domination structure.
The policy has to change. I don't know why we allow people to sell products that are not safe, for example. Why do we allow that? You can't sell a machine that's not safe, but you can sell food that's not safe.
I receive the crystallized version of human knowledge. So as a consequence, AI reflects the good and the bad traits of humanity.
I would just say 97% of the world's data is not accessible and not usable, to other people's points. AI is generating opinions and content based on 3% of data. The rest of it's shoved and stored and lost in big enterprises. And we have to unlock that if we want technology to do good.
Humanity needs a new social contract based and sourced in universal human rights and responsibilities and universal humanistic values for true peace, actual sustainability, and human security for all. Everything rests on social cohesion, renewal of social bonds, re-energizing trust in communities, in institutions, in social leadership, and most certainly in generating social movements for global social transformation.
Welcome again. Our final panel discussion in the WAAS 64 conference, before we proceed to the WAAS General Assembly in an hour, is a session organized by our young members. It so happened that our last session yesterday concluded with the idea that including the voices of young and future generations is important if we are to handle the challenges that we face. So we are beginning today exactly where we need to, by listening to our youth. The moderator for this session is Dora Damjanovic. Over to you, Dora. We can begin the session in 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Janani, and I'm going to wait for 3 to 4 minutes for the rest of the people to join, so officially introduce the session.
Okay. And we will stop sharing this screen with the slide just when we begin. So this can be shared for another 3 minutes.
So it's officially 2:30 CT time, so I believe we can start. First and foremost, thank you, Janani, for this wonderful introduction, and thank you all of the speakers and attendees that came here today. I have to say that I'm incredibly excited that this day has come, because this day is direct result of the lot of work that we've been put into for the last couple of weeks, even months. First, I want to say a huge thank you once again to all of the team members. It's been dozens of us, and when a couple of months ago, CEO of the Academy, Gary, approached me and asked to form a wonderful group of brilliant young minds to give a fresh perspective on global burning problems, It wasn't an easy task, but I'm beyond grateful to be sharing the stage today with these incredible individuals. And I'm so happy that I'm able to introduce each one of them to all of you, and that you have this opportunity to listen to their perspectives. It's been a beautiful pleasure, beautiful journey. All of our sessions, brainstorming sessions that we had throughout our Sundays. And the most important thing is that what we focused on is this multidisciplinary approach that is a core value of the Academy as well. Each one of us here has different background, different educational background, different cultural background as well. So looking at the same problem from a different perspectives and trying to find a solution, it's been very enriching experience. And I believe this is just a start. And now I would like to give floor to my colleagues, the speakers. The concept of today's panel is going to be that after this introduction, I'm going to introduce each one of the speakers, and then I will give them the floor for 10 minutes. And after all of that, we will have Q&A session, last 30 minutes. So all of the participants, feel free to send questions in our Q&A or chat, publicly or directly to us. And at the end of the speeches, I will read all of them and we will propose the questions to our speakers. So thank you, everyone. And I believe we can start with our first speaker, who is Mr. Efan. It's my true pleasure to introduce Efan to this group. Efan is a dedicated and passionate professional with a strong background in systems and mechanical engineering. His impressive work includes developing autonomous underwater vehicles and critical rescue systems that were instrumental during the 2030 Turkey earthquake. As an associate member of the Institution of the Mechanical Engineers, Efan combines his hands-on experience with academic excellence. So currently, Efan is pursuing a master's degree in technology management at University College London, under the Department of Space and Climate Physics. So Efan's commitment to innovation and his contributions to life-saving technologies are truly inspiring. Efan, we would love to hear more from you. The floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you, Dora, for the very warm introduction, and thank you for making this panel possible. The conversations we had for the past few weeks were especially a pleasure, but also an honor. And here we are. We are going to actually talk about it. So thank you to you first of all, and to all the experts that's been part of this journey of World Academy of Art and Science. And I would like to share my screen with all of you, if I may, to start my presentation. Can you see so far my basically, just a second. Okay, can you see my screen?
Well, I can see it's still loading. I don't know for the others.
It is still loading for me too.
Okay.
We can see it now.
We can see it now.
Okay. So just to start, I want to take this opportunity for everyone to actually just imagine themselves as aliens in this planet. And within this presentation, we're gonna study a very particular intelligent animal that we've been seeing in space. And pretty much besides all the intelligent animals we've seen, the ability to use technology has excluded this specific species from others. And thus, I want you to reflect on the underrated power of the forms, signs, and words we utilize in our everyday life. These tools of communication are human creations, crafted from our collective imagination and culture. They are the essence of how we share knowledge, express emotions, and convey ideas. So basically, in this table, you will be able to see the sociocultural evolution through communication technologies. We had previously the early human societies that started communicating with oral traditions that enabled knowledge, traditions, and cultural norms to be passed down. Eventually, this led to a sociocultural change within the species itself. And this enabled forming of early type of civilizations. Then we had the writing. The invention of writing enabled the storage and transmission of knowledge across time and space. Regulation of bureaucracy, libraries, law systems, and so on. Which the most important probably was the printing technology, as it led to the Renaissance, Reformation, and the scientific revolution. With books, and the trend goes on with the modern era, digital revolution, which each step of technological innovation, the human has actually evolved, social culture. Within this table, I want to actually emphasize a trend here. Within each adoption of technological artifacts, with respect to the adoption happened in two ways. One, the technological determinism and social construction of technology. The first suggests a technology push, where research and development drive social and cultural changes, while the later argues that the social, cultural, and economic factors influence what technologies are developed and how they are used. Nevertheless, both of the drivers of adoption blinded the human agency to the potential negative impacts of unchecked technological evolution of each artifact. So with each artifact, information has been democratized, a revolution has happened, and a new era has begun. And now I want to show you this, because now we are at the beginning of a new era. We have ended the digital era and we are moving forward. We are transitioning from the digital age into a future with artificial intelligence. Today, we possess the capability to process or compute information at speeds unimaginable just a few decades ago. And the trend, as can be seen from the graph, has only begun. And I should emphasize that it's not linear anymore, it's exponential. With these advancements, we edge closer to creating an artificial general intelligence that can learn and improve autonomously, decide on its own, as can be seen from the right. Based on a small input or a prompt, the AI agent can actually, hypothetically, have no limit. This progress comes with profound uncertainties, of course. AI remains in many ways a black box. Its processes and decisions are often instructable. Our current practical understanding of AI is similar to our understanding of fire in the ancient era. Like fire, AI can bring immense benefits, improve healthcare, enhance education, but also solve complex problems. But on the other hand, here we have the worst side of AI. As like fire, it can cause catastrophic harm if misused. To illustrate the potential danger, I want to consider this analogy of AI and a mirror. AI is like a mirror reflecting the data or the label we feed it. If we provide it with images of beauty and inspiration, it can create wonders. However, if we expose it to horror and violence, it can adopt those traits. A chilling experiment demonstrated this when AI trained on biased, violent, and disturbing content, it began to exhibit psychopathic behaviors. And its name was Norman, which can be seen on the left. So the mathematical principles behind AI are part of the universe's fabric, just like fire. We simply use this mathematical fabric to reflect on our own data, which is our language, our emotions, history, and intentions. But to be honest, so far, let's reflect on what it says about us. As it can be seen here, the human species has literally copied itself into another neural network. It's actually quite funny to see a robot resembled to a human and even assigned an identity. Accordingly, we ask and interview this robot on what it thinks about humans. We question, and so far, you can see it pretty much reflects what the humans are capable of. So AI models are not children learning. They are reflections of the data we provide. If we fear these reflections, it is because we fear ourselves. We fear that AI might treat us as we have treated each other, animals, and also how we treated our planet. The physical reality of the human species existence is a fact, and its rarity, the rarity of intelligence and life is also within the vastness of space is also a rarity, and that is also a fact. We are not the only intelligent species, though. We have animals, dolphins, but again, our ability to use technology distinguishes us from the others. Yet the 21st century human must face many existential risks. While AI is one of them, as it can be seen here within the escalating nexus of existential threats um, and crisis, it is also the tool which can solve many of them. And I want to take this opportunity to address the academy and to ensure that when we look into the mirror, we both literally and metaphorically see the best version of ourselves, and so does AI. We need to create a sustainable future starting within ourselves, within the people that stands between the triangle. That's why we came up with the idea of a global common moral language, and also can be considered as a license for undivided wholeness within cross-cultural boundaries. So, as the Academy is an agency for human welfare, with this framework, I believe a collaborative attitude with polarized expertise can meet again. Knowledge, skills, and attitudes can meet within the boundaries of common values. So I would like to propose the idea of having a platform. It's not we like to propose the idea of having a common platform, which is to have core universal moral and ethical values that transcend cultural, religious, and national boundaries. As an example, this can be focused on dignity, justice, compassion, sustainability, and responsibility. But it is for sure that it needs to cross philosophical, religious, and cultural foundations. It needs to meet the commonalities between topics. And while experts are polarized and interdisciplinary experts should take in place so that transdisciplinary bridges can be formed and can be addressed. A common language can be formed while actually the same thing can be translated into different languages. And within this context, global stakeholders are also important. We need to take into account experts, but also the people, because without all of us, there will be none of us. Then we have discussed about the development of an educational and training program as a comprehensive curriculum, a common curriculum among nations could actually help us create values, reason behind them, and actually apply them within our everyday life as professionals and as aspiring adults. Then we have thought of online training platform, interactive workshops. Finally, we have thought of how we can actually implement this into our daily life with exams and assessment structures, tier-like certification levels, and even so, renewal and continuing education. But the question again becomes, why do it? Why be ethical? Why be moral? And um, when we try to question what's behind it, I want to use specifically this picture of Dolores from Westworld 3, which is a series that I like. I could have used many philosophical authors so far, but the sentence that was used within the context of the series was quite important. Dolores is actually an AI uh, shaped and also become sentient within a robotic body. And within the history of the movie, she basically makes a choice. She makes a choice about being moral. She makes a choice about being good. She makes a choice about looking at the beauty of things. And um, either we will have that choice, or we're gonna let artificial intelligence as artificial grass to decide or choose for us. And as a person who likes the human nature, who likes philosophy, I sometimes what it takes to a system to work properly is a small touch. And in this case, I believe it is a fundamental one that we have missed a long time ago. And if we successfully implement the ethical and moral values into the average 21st century human being, we believe we can make a step. We can touch the system in a way that can affect the behavior of the whole economies that shape around us, the circular economy that we want to create. So undivided wholeness can only become with a common language and motivation that's formed on ethical and moral boundaries. And from a perspective of regulatory point of view, a license could be implicated. The motivation can be attached to visa and visa applications, or even travel insurances. This can be this should be directly related and implied into our economy. It shouldn't be left to our choice, but to scenarios in which we need a certificate to proceed, either to go to another country, either to apply to university, or either to apply into an organization. This is, of course, just a brainstorming ideas that we have come upon, and hope that it can be more explored with the academia. Thank you.
Thank you, Efe, so much. I'm completely impressed by your speech as always, and I believe like all of the others. And especially what you mentioned, if we fear AI, it means we fear ourselves. I have plenty of comments, plenty of questions, but we are going to leave that for our Q&A. And just because of the time restraint, we are going to jump to our next speaker, which is going to be Tommy. And Tommy is a remarkable young individual from London. And Efe, if you can just mute yourself. Amazing. Just so we don't hear double. Oh, amazing. Thank you. So our next speaker is a remarkable young individual from London. Tommy is a student who excels in history, classics, and philosophy. His deep understanding of those subjects and his true dedication to academic excellence are truly inspiring. Tommy's intellectual curiosity and profound understanding make him a standout student poised to make significant contributions to his field of studies. So, Tommy, we are very excited to hear your voice today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. What I want to talk about today really is about war and conflict, which unfortunately has been a terrible constant throughout human history. But over time, war and conflict has evolved from wars being fought between peoples, a bit between kings and monarchs and individual governments alone, to wars being fought between peoples. And as such, wars have become a social phenomenon as much as a political phenomenon. But peace talks and conflict resolution have largely stayed at the treaty table. And I think that in approaching the issue of conflict resolution and in approaching the issue of preventing conflict in the first place, we will have to move beyond a geopolitical perspective towards what I would call an anthropological or a bottom-up perspective. And for that reason, I think it's important to look at the historical precedent that we face today. The historical precedent behind a sort of bottom-up approach to conflict resolution. In North and South Korea, for instance, a lack of contact has made it harder for North Koreans who go into South Korea to assimilate in society. The North Korean government has actively prevented contact between the two peoples for this reason. South Koreans and North Koreans both have family links. Yet, because of the fact that so few see each other on a regular basis due to the demilitarized zone and the hard border, very few have regular contact, and as such, there is very little understanding. We can see in apartheid South Africa that it was increased contact and communication between the white minority and the black majority, which played a major role in ending apartheid through political pressure on the government. Without that contact, and there was none at any meaningful level prior to the 1980s, conflict ensued. However, in the 1950s and the 1960s, when apartheid was at its sort of height, in the city of Johannesburg, where there was a great deal of contact between the various ethnic groups, there was in fact a greater degree of understanding which didn't exist at the same level in the rest of the country. So I think it's clear from those two examples that there is the importance of social contact and communication is essential to dealing with conflict resolution. To look at conflicts which currently exist today, we have the war in Israel and Gaza. And interestingly, I heard a story about a British journalist who was taken to the West Bank in 2010 or 2011. He was being driven around and they were trying to get to Ramallah to conduct an interview there. And they were going through checkpoint after checkpoint, border after border, wall after wall. And his friend, who was had Israeli citizenship but was a Palestinian Arab by ethnicity, sighed and said, "Oh, the good old days before we had peace." And the journalist said, "What do you mean by that?" And he explained to him that prior to the imposition of peace talks at a sort of geopolitical level between the Palestinian Liberation Organization and the Israeli government, before the UN set up, a mission to try and solve the fighting from a sort of top-down perspective. Prior to that, in the 1960s, there was actually a lot of contact between the two people. Lots of Palestinians had jobs in Israel, and Israelis would often visit the West Bank and Gaza for the nightlife, for example. And it was that small, low-level contact on a regular daily basis that actually made things better, that helped that helped day-to-day contact between the two peoples, and that increased understanding. If we look today at Israel and Palestine, there is a lack of contact between the two peoples because of the walls, because of the borders, because of the fences. And for that reason, we've seen the rise of far-right extremism in Israel with the Kahanist party and a variety of individuals who have entered the Israeli cabinet who are actively opposed to contact between the two peoples of any kind. And as we've seen in the last 6, 7, 8 months in the conflict in the region, the consequences of that have been severe. And so I think that it's also particularly apparent from the war in Ukraine at the moment. If you look at the number of Ukrainians who have relatives in Russia, that there are 20 million, roughly half of the country. But communication and contact is limited by the fact that news networks in Russia that most Russians rely on don't tell them the truth about what's going on. There was a story of an accountant, a 62-year-old Ukrainian accountant with Russian parents and grandparents, who spoke to her family in the first days of the invasion, and many of her relatives had no idea what was going on, and they no longer speak to her. And so access to free information will need to be improved so that communication and contact can take place. And this is very difficult to do in Ukraine and Russia at the moment. And that is a serious obstacle to peace. If we look at potential conflicts in the world, in Northeast Africa, between Ethiopia and Egypt, we see that a lack of communication between not only governments, but between peoples has also exacerbated the issue, particularly in regard to Egyptian sort of protectionism over the Nile River and the Ethiopian objective to build the Renaissance Dam, which has caused serious tensions between the two. But for example, in Taiwan, it's apparent that the conflict there has actually been sort of perhaps prevented somewhat by the degree of communication that exists. Foxconn, Taiwan's largest company, has 12 factories in 9 mainland Chinese cities. Lots of Taiwanese people have relatives in China. 12,000 Taiwanese students study in the mainland. And these business, trade, and social links may be responsible for preventing a war if they can be leveraged correctly. And so far, thank goodness, there hasn't been a war in Taiwan. So I think it's apparent for that reason, the comparison between the tensions in Northeast Africa and to compare it to the tensions in Taiwan and China, it's apparent that the communication between the two peoples is a major part in preventing conflict from breaking out in the first place. We just heard Effahan talking a great deal about a global common moral language, and that's exactly linked really to the prospect of conflict resolution, because if there is a way in which people can communicate with one another on a regular basis and have a regular understanding, it's apparent that we can prevent conflict from breaking out, and we can attempt to improve the little things in conflict zones by allowing people who live near them to try and live lives as normally as possible, because they can keep in contact with their neighbors who live on the other side. And this isn't just limited to the issue of war and conflict in a traditional sense. We also have seen the issue of mass migration, which has caused a great deal of political tension in Europe in particular. And of course, as Effahan has mentioned in relation to a global common moral language, in Turkey, for instance, there is a lot of hostility towards a lot of the Syrian refugees who live there. And so when you take that into consideration, it's apparent that this anthropological bottom-up perspective can have applicability elsewhere, not just within the realms of geopolitics. And with that in mind, I think it's important when we consider how to move forward, how we can find a solution to the issue of war and conflict today. I think that the social and anthropological perspective should be kept at the forefront of our minds. Many of the people here, many of the attendants here who have worked in the field of international diplomacy will know how important and how influential personal diplomatic relationships can be in resolving conflict, preventing them from breaking out. And I think that if governments and international organizations proceed with the same sort of approach in mind, a lot can be achieved. And for that reason, I think Natalia is going to talk about this in a minute, but investing more in cultural and educational initiatives, Erasmus in Europe is a good example, can be a major way to advance this perspective. And I think if we can, if the United Nations, if WAAS can take this perspective on and approach conflicts and wars and negotiations in the future from this perspective, I think a lot can be achieved in resolving the issues that we face today in geopolitics and in regard to international conflict. And that's what I wanted to say. So thank you.
Beautiful, Tommy, beautiful, right on point. Wonderful speech, and the lack of communication that leads to the deepening of the conflicts and how to serve as a bridge above those political games. It's definitely something to be discussed, and I'm very happy that we managed to present this idea among others as well today. So let's jump to our third speaker today. Next, we have distinguished Muna, who is going to be our speaker today, and she is a senior program engineer with Navah Energy Company, boasting 8 years of experience in the energy sector. So currently, Muna is a dedicated engineer at Bakarach Nuclear Energy Plant and is pursuing her doctorate at Abu Dhabi University, focusing on the effects of safety, culture, and ethical leadership on nuclear plant safety performance. As a member of International Youth Nuclear Congress, Muna serves as the Climate Change Project Chair. So Muna's dedication to safety and ethical leadership in the energy sector is truly inspiring. And we are very, very honored to be here to hear your speech today, Muna. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dora, for the introduction. And you've pronounced the project in a different way. It's called Baraka Nuclear Power Plants. So just to make it clear for everyone. And hello, everyone. I am honored to be here today and take part of this exciting panel where I get to share my experience and thoughts. I would like to thank the organizers behind these great sessions we had. It took a huge amount of efforts and dedication to finally reach to where we are and to share our thoughts and perspectives. As a nuclear energy engineer, deeply engaged in shaping our energy future, I bring with me a passion for innovation and sustainability. My journey began with a profound concern for our planet's climate, stimulated by my experience as an active member of the International Youth Nuclear Congress. Through this platform, I had a privilege of collaborating with like-minded individuals dedicated to exploring and advocating for solutions that address our global concerns and challenges. From my early days with the Youth Council to my current involvement with the Women in Nuclear organizations and government initiatives, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of collective actions. Each step of my journey has reinforced my commitment to harnessing nuclear energy's potential as a clean, reliable source of power while confronting the urgent truth of climate change. Today, we gather here to discuss different critical issues. I am reminded of the importance of our collective efforts. Together, we have the opportunity to shape policies, drive innovations, and inspire future generations to build a more resilient and sustainable world. I would like to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the intersection of energy, climate change, and the future of our planet. As a young voice in the energy sector, particularly in the context of nuclear power plants, I am deeply aware of the critical importance of this discussion. The global community faces a dual crisis, the escalating climate change and the urgent need for sustainable energy solutions. For years, our dependence on fossil fuels has drove economic growth, but at a great cost to our environment. As we stand at the critical moment, the consequences of our action are frankly visible, raising temperature, extreme weather events, and the looming threat of irreversible damage to the ecosystems. In my experience working within the nuclear energy sector, I have come to appreciate its potential as a crucial part of the solution. Nuclear power offers clean, reliable, and scalable source of energy capable of meeting the world's growing demand without adding greenhouse gases emissions. Unlike fossil fuels, nuclear energy generates electricity without producing air pollution or carbon dioxide. This mitigating climate change while providing a stable baseload power supply. However, transitioning to nuclear energy is not without challenges. Safety concerns, waste management, and public perceptions are significant obstacles that must be addressed through rigorous regulations, technological innovations, and transparent communication. It is imperative that we continue to advance research and development in nuclear technologies, ensuring they are safe, efficient, and economically feasible. Moreover, alongside the nuclear energy, we must accelerate the deployment of renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, hydroelectric power. These renewables offer complementary solutions, providing flexibility and resilience to our energy systems while reducing overall environmental impact. I would like to highlight as well education and advocacy are also a vital components of our path forward. We must engage and empower the next generation of leaders, equipping them with the knowledge and tools to drive sustainable changes in their communities and beyond by fostering collaboration between governments, industries, and civil societies. We can forge a collective commitment to a cleaner and more sustainable future. In conclusion, the challenges posed by climate change and our energy needs are challenging, but they are not impossible. With innovation, determination, and shared commitment to sustainability, we can navigate this critical crisis in history and build a future where energy is clean, abundant, and accessible to all. Our efforts today are not just about securing a clean, safer future for ourselves, but also preserving the wonders of our planet for generations to come. Yet to come, together we can turn the tide against climate change and build a brighter, more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Muna. I need to say that your perspective, your experience and knowledge was very important and crucial for our group because it's a very specific topic since nuclear energy overall is still very stigmatized and people are very divided when it comes to the opinion. And as we always like to challenge different points of view, that's why we deeply appreciate everything that we learned from you as well and your perspective. After Muna, we have our next speaker, Pooja. As I said, Pooja is our next speaker. She is a remarkable individual that is deeply involved in the activities of the World Academy of Art and Science for the past 8 years. Pooja is a junior fellow of the Academy and also a key member of the research team at the Mother Service Society. As we know, Mother Service Society is a center of excellence for the Academy. Also, Pooja is passionate about education and currently works in human resources. Her insights and contributions to the Academy's community are very inspiring, and we are very happy to be hearing Pooja today. So, Pooja, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dora, for your kind introduction, and thank you so much to all the other panelists for their very interesting perspectives. I look forward to hearing Kehkashan and Natalia too. So what I want to say can actually be encapsulated in a single sentence that finds its place in the Russell-Einstein Manifesto. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. This fundamental truth that we're all human beings sharing the same planet and facing similar challenges, it gets easily overshadowed by ideological, sociological, and political and cultural differences. And we are at a pivotal point in human evolution where our humanity must take precedence over all other considerations, be it opinions, feelings, disagreements, or conflicting thoughts. And it is imperative that we consciously place our humanity at the forefront, not only out of an ideological commitment, but also because of the practical reality of our interconnectedness. In today's world, an action in one place, it creates ripple effects across the globe. A technological invention in one country, it revolutionizes industries worldwide. Industrial actions in one part of the world, they affect weather patterns and ecosystems globally. And even dropping H bombs on one place, it might seem like it might cause immediate devastation only to a minority, but it actually leads to a slow death of disease and disintegration for everyone. So we are all the beneficiaries of the cumulative knowledge, experience, and discoveries from around the world, and innovations in healthcare, technology, and communication. They demonstrate this interconnectedness and interdependence constantly. And if we take the trajectory of human history, we can see that there is a discernible direction in it. We're constantly moving from small, isolated units to larger, more integrated entities. And we have come from considering our immediate neighbors as adversaries to sharing a wider identity. We've come from tribes to city-states to the 195 nation-states that constitute global humanity today. And of course, these different regions and cultures are at various stages in their development. But despite these disparities, the bonds of interconnectedness and cooperation, they do continue to multiply among people and societies. And there is a growing consensus towards global unity. And we are witnessing a movement towards even greater relationship on a global scale. But the problem that looms over us now is, why at this crucial point in humanity, when we are faced with enormous opportunities, be it the technology revolution, globalization, increased awareness about human rights, why are we also facing a multiplicity of challenges that seem to be increasing in their complexity and seem too daunting to be overcome? And from our discussions, I realized that individuals and societies, they require considerable time to adjust to new realities. And it is in our tendency, human tendency, to resist change. Habits and social institutions resist change, and beliefs and values, they evolve very slowly. And for humans to maintain a psychological security and a sense of well-being, predictability and a sense of control are very essential. And societal changes that occur very gradually, they allowed people to adapt over generations, but the current speed at which change is happening right now, it leaves very little room for this natural adaptation process. There is a constant influx of new technology, we're being bombarded with information, and all these shifting social norms, they are creating a sense of instability and insecurity. And when all of these challenges are existing ways of life and deeply held beliefs and values, they undermine our confidence in the future and raise resistance to change and weaken social cohesion, and also exacerbate these feelings of insecurity, especially in those who kind of feel left out from this change or feel threatened by the direction and pace of this change. And to add to this, the pace of change is quite different in different communities, cultures, and parts of the world. And due to the pressures of globalization, they're all compelled to engage with each other. And these differences, it adds to the sense of difference and creates a resistance, a defensive resistance towards change in older and more traditional communities. And this insecurity, it also drives individuals to look for a source which they can blame, an enemy, usually. And this also manifests in various ways, like they start longing for what seemed like a more simpler and stabler past, even though it came with its own set of challenges. And they also start rallying around the ideologies of leaders who promise to protect the status quo, revive the past to restore order and stability, even if it comes at the cost of social cohesion. But our generation, when it comes to our generation, we have been truly connected like no other point in human history. And this connectivity is a powerful asset that is going to keep developing in leaps and bounds. And the question that came to me is, why do we see such polarization in society when we have such a powerful asset in our hands? Why is it being used to regress into the divisions of the past in some parts of society, when instead of being used to embrace our connectedness and build a progressive and inclusive future? And I did realize that all this prevalent polarization from the macro level to the micro level, it stems from the thought that there is one truth, one view is right. This mindset that my point of view is right and the other person is wrong, it has been ingrained in us through various societal, cultural, and educational systems. And this idea that there is only one absolute truth, it encourages binary thinking. And complex issues are being simplified into black and white terms, disregarding the nuances and the multiplicity of perspectives that might exist. And as Efan mentioned, tools that we use in today's world, they can expand our horizons, but they can also imprison us within walls. Like social media, it offers unlimited potential to democratize information, like every individual gets a voice in the global conversation. But on the other hand, it also creates echo chambers and silos where the algorithm shows us only information that we know would interest it. So these biases, stereotypes, and prejudices keep getting reinforced. And as And AI, which can drive innovation and solve complex problems, is being used for warfare, cyber espionage, and violations of privacy. So until the mentality changes, the technology will serve the mentality, whether it is for peace or not. And this principle that tools serve the mentality extends beyond technological tools to encompass the larger institutions of governance, law, and regulations. Tools are designed to serve humanity, be it small-scale ones or large-scale ones, like institutions of global governance. Their effectiveness is inherently tied to the spirit and the mentality of the individuals using them. And we should not be believing in the sovereign power of this external machinery, because what really seals the deal is the human behind it. If the human's heart is not in it, it will fail. And in the case of global institutions and changes, it is the collective human consciousness behind. So in the end, it all boils down to the fundamentals of human nature. For instance, the League of Nations had faltered because humanity was not fully ready to embrace its vision. Similarly, global governance institutions or any ideologies or any systems can only achieve temporary success if it is forcefully imposed, because it is the collective aspiration behind it that matters. And for any missionary to be effective and lasting, the collective aspirations of the population must evolve. And organizations can stand only if people have internalized these principles and values that these structures embody. And for this to happen, we need to start working at the roots. And the best tool for it is education. We consider education today, we constantly find ourselves comparing ourselves with others, trying to feel superior to them. And all this is because we've been taught a local identity. Our education, it leads us to embrace a local identity, whether it is tied to a tribe, a community, or a nation. And when nation states developed, they sought to unify their populations by promoting a shared national identity. And this was done by highlighting historical victories, cultural achievements, and collective struggles among common enemies. And these government-supported national educational systems, they were designed to instill pride in one's nation, foster loyalty, patriotism, and a sense of belonging, which it has succeeded in doing. But when history is taught from a narrow perspective like this, celebrating national victories and lamenting defeats, it creates an us versus them type of mentality where differences are highlighted and commonalities are overlooked. And it perpetuates cycles of superiority, competition, and conflict. So this focus on localized identities has profound implications on how we perceive ourselves and others, and it leads to division and conflict. In today's interconnected world, where anybody's problem is ours, the need to grow beyond nationalistic identities, it stands tall. And in today's rapidly evolving world, the need for a new educational paradigm has never been more urgent. We need an education for humanity, an education that fosters human security, and something that can create a universal identity that transcends our local affiliations. And this super identity should be the cornerstone of our educational focus. Of course, it is essential to honor and embrace the identities of the past, because it is this rich cultural diversity of our local affiliations that has contributed to our collective human progress. But the emphasis should be on our shared heritage, interconnectedness, and this creation of a common universal identity should supersede it or underlie all these local affiliations. So this, I would like to end by saying this shift in education is not just a necessity, it is the foundation for a sustainable and peaceful future for all. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Pooja, for your inspiring speech. I think we can see the commonality here in all of our speeches that we also got throughout our discussions prior to this panel, which is this real need to go above, go beyond this binary thinking, one truth, this pride that instills throughout education that we are all separate nations. And exactly that is something that leads to division. And that universal identity that we are trying somehow to promote and that we are trying to implement also in the educational system to better be pride ourselves by how what's the thing that we are sharing, but what divides us. And this is something that perfectly sets the tone for our next speaker, Natalia. And Natalia is a multi-talented individual who is a composer, culturologist, pedagogue, linguist, and a writer at the same time. She is a member of the Union of Composers and Musicologists and a member of several international music foundations. She is also the president of the Culture and Art Creators Guild and expert speaker in UNESCO Global Cultural Initiatives. Also founder of numerous international projects and recognized composer with a passion for integrating arts and sciences through innovating thinking methods. So Natalia's contributions to the cultural and educational landscape are remarkable, and that's why we are very excited to hear your speech today. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy and excited to be here, and I'm very grateful for this great honor to present my thoughts, my ideas, my experience with all my devotion to your great global initiatives. Today we gather to address some of the most pressing challenges that humanity faces. Of course, our world is plagued by universal problems such as inequality, ignorance, conflict, and environmental degradation. These issues threaten the very fabric of our societies, undermining the potential for a harmonious and prosperous future. It is imperative that we confront these challenges with innovative, humanistic, and cultural approaches that foster security, unity, and progress. The main point here is this: our true strength lies in the softness and gentleness of our souls. And at the heart of our global transformation lies culture. Culture is, in its broadest sense, is the foundation of our identity and the bedrock upon which we build a peaceful, open society. Because culture and spirituality are inseparable. Culture cultivates our humanity, fosters respect, and promotes creativity and empathy. It teaches us the fundamental values that are universal across all societies. To truly harness the power of culture, we must prioritize the cultural education, enriching our curricula with high art and diverse traditions to foster a global mindset. To achieve this, we must establish global cultural exchange programs that encourage cross-cultural understanding and appreciation. These programs would involve partnership between schools, universities, cultural institutions, and organizations worldwide by facilitating student and faculty exchanges, collaborative projects, and cultural immersion experiences. We can foster a sense of global citizenship and mutual respect, securing scholarships and grants from international organizations, governments, and private donors will support inclusivity and access for students from all socioeconomic backgrounds. By fostering cross-cultural understanding and appreciation, these programs will create a generation of global citizens equipped with the empathy and knowledge to bridge the divides and promote peace. For these purposes, we should actively promote local cultural initiatives that celebrate the unique traditions and practices of communities. Local festivals, art exhibitions, and cultural heritage projects can enrich community life and strengthen local identity while fostering global awareness. By creating spaces where local cultures are celebrated and shared, we encourage pride in one's heritage while building bridges to other cultures. These events will showcase the richness of different cultures through music, dance, art, cuisine, fashion, much more. They will provide opportunities for people to learn about and appreciate other cultures, fostering a sense of global community, ensuring that these cultural events are inclusive, with activities and performances that engage people of all ages and backgrounds, will help to break down barriers and build a more inclusive world. The art as an aesthetic and unifying force plays a crucial role in this transformation. It harmoniously develops every aspect of our personality and connects us in profound ways. We must integrate the arts into our educational systems as they cultivate creativity, empathy, and a deeper understanding of our shared humanity. To achieve universal access to art education, governments and educational institutions must collaborate to integrate comprehensive arts programs to all educational levels, from primary school to universities. It would be great to establish artist in residence programs in school and communities. When I say artist, I mean a person who is engaged in any kind of art. These programs would bring professional artists into educational settings to inspire and mentor students, creating a dynamic and interactive learning environment. By exposing students to working artists, we can ignite their passion for the art and encourage them to explore their creative potential, because arts education fosters critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and creativity, preparing students to navigate in increasingly complex world with empathy and innovation. This is extremely important because art doesn't exist without love. This is love for creation, for each other, through connection with higher knowledge. This is the desire to improve our lives and our world, especially enjoying co-creation. As we embrace technology, we must remain vigilant in its application. Artificial intelligence should serve as a tool, not a master. Its role must be carefully regulated to ensure it benefits humanity without undermining our intrinsic values of creativity. AI lacks the emotional depth and moral compass that drive through artistic and scientific innovation. We must safeguard the human spirit, ensuring that technology enhances our lives without eroding our initiative or compassion. To achieve this, we should control it through ethical and responsibility organization comprising experts in technology, ethics, law, and human rights. This organization will develop comprehensive guidelines for the ethical use of artificial intelligence, ensuring transparency and accountability in AI development and deployment, implementing a robust monitoring system to oversee AI applications will prevent misuse and ensure that AI technology augment human capabilities rather than replace them. Furthermore, we must promote public awareness campaigns and educational programs to inform citizens about the ethical implications of AI and empower them to engage in responsible AI use. Developing curricula that teach students about the benefits and risk of AI will foster a generation of tech-savvy individuals who understand the importance of ethical consideration in technological advancement. Additionally, we should invest in AI research that prioritize solving global challenges. By directing AI development towards addressing issues such as climate change, healthcare, and education, we can harness its potential for the greater good, encouraging interdisciplinary collaboration between technologies, ethicists, and social scientists will ensure that AI development remains aligned with human values and social needs. Science too must be conducted with a deep sense of social responsibility. This is all aspects of culture, because it is the main important part of our life. From biological research to space exploration, ethical standards and moral principles should guide scientific endeavors. The sociological impact of scientific discoveries must be thoroughly analyzed to prevent inhuman consequences. Scientists must embrace their role as custodians of knowledge, always mindful of the broader societal implication. of their work. To promote socially responsible science, we must embed ethical training or in scientific education, ensuring that future scientists are equipped to consider the social environment impacts in their work. Establishing ethics committees at the universities and research institutions to oversee research projects will ensure they align with humanistic values and ethical standards. Launching initiatives to involve communities in scientific discussions will make science more accessible and accountable. Public lectures, open labs, and community science projects can bridge the gap between scientists and the public by demystifying science and fostering dialogue. We can build trust and encourage responsible scientific practice that benefit all of humanity. Our focus must shift from division to unity. I am a strong believer in this. We must address conflicts with wisdom and empathy, seeking to understand each other's perspectives and motivations. By emphasizing our common values and fostering dialogue, we need to overcome what prevents us from living with dignity. We can overcome the temptations of base morally corrupting passions and primitive instincts, guiding each other towards a path of enlightenment and collective well-being. To facilitate this, we should establish international peace and dialogue centers, especially in conflict-prone regions. These centers will serve as neutral spaces for representatives from different communities to discuss and resolve issues peacefully, offering mediation services, conflict resolutions, training, and cultural programs that promote understanding and cooperation will equip individuals with the skills needed to navigate and resolve conflicts. Partnering with local and international organizations to support these centers will ensure they have the resources and expertise needed to make a lasting impact. By fostering dialogue and understanding, these centers can help build a bridge between divided communities, paving the way for sustainable peace. Additionally, we should implement peace education programs in schools and communities. These programs would teach conflict resolution skills, empathy, and intercultural understanding from the early age, equipping future generations with the tools to build and maintain peace. By incorporating peace education into the curriculum, we can cultivate a culture of peace that permits all levels of society. As Kofi Annan said, education is a human right of immense value and potential. Freedom, democracy, and sustainable development are built on education. There is nothing more important, no mission other than education for all. I would like to develop this thought further and say that the right education can be a powerful unifying force. To strengthen this unifying force, we must clearly understand that theoretical knowledge, simply by being taught, will not automatically shape a person's worldview and everyday behavior, nor will it instill profound existential values. In reality, there is a vast gap between knowledge and values, between knowledge and daily habits. The mere availability of information does not provide life with meaning or teach individuals how to structure their lives effectively. Within this framework, humanistic pedagogy plays a crucial role because, namely, humanistic pedagogy aims to bridge this gap and establish harmony between knowledge and such knowledge vital for a person's worldview, the individual's person core, his self-awareness, personal development, and practical actions. It seeks to connect academic knowledge with existential and practical values, ensuring that education nurtures not only intellectual growth, but also ethical and civic responsibility. By fostering a holistic development that includes ethical and axiological value-based education, humanistic pedagogy helps students internalize internalize universal moral principles both towards themselves and others. Furthermore, this approach cultivates the ability for ethical reasoning and critical ethical inquiry, which are essential for human as both an educational and philosophical paradigm, distinguishing it from other educational models. By integrating these principles, humanistic pedagogy creates a learning environment where every student feels valued and empowered to contribute to global progress. Moreover, it aligns with the broadest humanistic approach in education, which integrates cultural elements to enrich learning experiences. In this case, the cultural orientation in education enhances this humanistic approach. By incorporating cultural education, we promote understanding and appreciation of diverse traditions, fostering a sense of global citizenship, how I mentioned before. This combination
Sorry,
of...
Natalia, just to let you know, we are running out of time. I'm getting messages, so we need to wrap up.
Thank you so much. I would like to end with this thought that in conclusion, I would like to say that culture distinguishes us, but doesn't not divide us. Education, state policy, culture, and arts all play crucial roles in uniting people of different nationalities. As creators, we have the power to transcend boundaries using our talents to enlighten and unite humanity on the spiritual level. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Natalia. And I really hope that we will have all of the time to actually hear the questions and answer the question. Our last but not the least speaker is Kekeshan, and I would please like to ask you to keep it within 5 minutes, so at least we can answer a couple of questions. Small introduction, Kekeshan is a Canadian environmental and human rights activist from United Arab Emirates. She advocates for peace, children's rights, climate justice, and sustainable development. She is the founder and president of Green Hope Foundation, the counselor of World Future Council, trustee of Parliament of World's Religions, and the winner of the International Children Peace Prize. Kekeshan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and hello everyone. Delighted to be here as always to be a part of the World Academy of Art and Sciences conference. I'm also a junior fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science and a UN Human Rights Champion. So wonderful to be here with all of you and speak on topics that are of honestly very critical importance to all of us. And I think that in this day and age where we will be able to
I believe we have some kind of a technical issues with Kekeshan. We can continue whenever she reconnects. In the meantime, we can jump to questions. So whenever Kekeshan reconnects, we will continue her presentation. And now we can go to some of our questions, since we only have 10 more minutes, maybe for each panelist just to give a brief answers to some of the questions I wrote down that we got. Oh, here, Kekeshan is back.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Zoom and technology. A lot of you are talking about technology, and then it can just be friend or foe, and you don't know what it's going to do to you today. Amazing. So as I was saying, it's always wonderful to be here as a junior WAAS fellow and to speak on topics that are very important in this day and age. So before I begin, I'd actually like to share that it's very easy for all of us to be in an environment where we're sitting here comfortable, trying to speak about all of these global challenges. But as we're speaking right now, my thoughts are with 10-year-old Andaya, who at this very moment is walking barefoot under the harsh sun towards a waterhole with a heavy pot balanced on her delicate head in her daily elusive search for drinking water. And her daily ritual gets longer and more dangerous with every passing summer as she, fends off wild animals and human traffickers so that she can reach home safely with this precious pot of water on her head, which is for her family of 12. And that was her daily routine until she started attending school for the first time ever, which is a Green Hope Foundation project established in partnership with local stakeholders that is leveraging clean energy innovation to bring education to marginalized girls in these far-flung communities. So Endaya is amongst the fortunate few who now has the opportunity to be able to go to school and to be able to create change within her own sphere of influence. And that essentially is the work that we do at Green Hope Foundation, working across 28 different countries with over 500,000 people, wherein we work to address all of these global challenges that demonstrate to us the futility of wasting precious time by getting involved in the blame game. And over the last few years, there's been an evolving typecasting of young people wherein youth are generally portrayed as people who just talk and blame others. But we see that this is viewing us as young people very one-dimensionally. And so our work at Green Hope Foundation therefore goes beyond blaming others, and it focuses on problem solving. And we see how there are different frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals that provide us with a framework of action, for instance. But then again, we see that it is very important to localize these SDGs because we need a solutions-based approach towards a better future. And working across 28 countries with so many different kinds of people, it becomes very, very obvious that a one-size-fits-all solution is never going to work. So what we need, therefore, is for these solutions to understand what is going on at the grassroots level, to see what different solutions can exist to even a similar or same problem, and thereafter work with all stakeholders to create a more just and equitable approach towards addressing these global challenges. So I wanted to take the opportunity to share a few of these solutions with you today. The first one, of course, being education for sustainable development, because without knowledge, there is no way that we can act. So our sustainability academies, for instance, this is in Cambodia, work to ensure that young people, especially, but all stakeholders have the knowledge and the skill sets to be able to turn the knowledge that they gain from our academies into ground level action so that they can actually know how to think and act for a sustainable future. And thereafter, we work to install infrastructure that enables access to education. So our solar sewing school in Bangladesh, for instance, provides women and girls with the opportunities to utilize sewing as a way to earn a stable source of income and use that income to go to school themselves sometimes or even send their girls to school. Our solar mobile libraries take books to the doorstep of thousands of out-of-school children, especially girls in climate vulnerable communities, so that they can have access to learning. Our solar computer labs, the one I mentioned right at the beginning, and our solar STEM labs provide access to at-risk youth to gain STEM education and IT literacy so that they can uplift their communities out of poverty, out of the impact of climate change. And from education, we go into addressing deeply taboo topics in very, very conservative communities. So, for instance, addressing sexual and reproductive health and rights, something that is still seen as extremely taboo in several communities across the world. Women's menstrual hygiene, for instance, being one of the key drivers of inequity within these communities. So what our members do is that in our sewing school, for instance, they make sanitary napkins. They utilize that to educate the women and girls about their health, about their menstrual hygiene, and why it's so important for them to maintain this hygiene for the betterment of their own health, as well as for the health of their children and their girls as well. And from addressing health, we go on to addressing water security, for instance, because that is a tremendous health concern as well. In several small island developing states, one of the biggest challenges that we are seeing right now is climate change causing an influx of salty, brackish water coming in. And so that means that their water sources, like the groundwater, is being polluted with salt. And so you can't drink it. So our solar water farm in Kiribati provides clean drinking water to the indigenous communities by using distillation to purify both the groundwater and the rainwater. Similarly, to address water insecurity in another community across the world, in Bangladesh, our deep bore tube wells and rainwater harvesting systems purify the groundwater as well as the rainwater to provide the communities with clean drinking water. In Kenya, our water storage containers ensure that the children don't have to walk miles in the sun to fetch water and can instead store the water. Health, hygiene, and sanitation, once again, are all interconnected with this because with water insecurity, we also see lack of access to proper sanitation. So we build toilets in communities that don't have the basic human right of access to a toilet. And in fact, this woman on this slide actually stayed with us through the entire installation of the toilet because she said that she never ever imagined that in her lifetime she would be able to see a toilet being built for women and girls to provide them with the dignity of being able to having access to a toilet. We work to install hand washing stations because even hand washing is not seen as a basic human right or the infrastructure to provide this basic human right. And in many communities, we see how women and girls, especially, are facing respiratory issues because they work with very unclean methods of cooking that ensure that the smoke goes directly into their faces and into their lungs, and that also contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. But in this way, by training them on using solar, electric, and eco cookers and distributing this amongst them, we're ensuring that we're protecting the health of women and girls and ensure that they don't get respiratory diseases as a result of this. And speaking of cooking, food security is another extremely big food insecurity, rather, is a huge issue that needs to be addressed globally. And so we work in both urban and rural areas in this context with urban farming in UAE and Canada, in Suriname, encouraging and teaching young people why it's so important to practice urban farming in their own spheres of influence to create local circular bioeconomies. And in more rural communities, we grow food in pots. In Kiribati, for example, as I mentioned, the salty water that pollutes the groundwater also makes it very difficult to grow crops in the soil. And so food in pots is a solution that helps them grow their own food. In Peru, working with indigenous women to reclaim land that had previously been lost to only growing cash crops and ensuring that they get food security in that manner. Harnessing clean tech for food security, utilizing agrivoltaics to ensure that rural women farmers and rural young farmers are able to increase their crop yield by more than 30% by harnessing clean tech for agriculture. And finally, we see that, I've talked a lot about the physical impacts, but we see that all of these global challenges have a terrible mental impact on our mental health and well-being. And so we work to address this through simple solutions that people might think have no impact, but actually do. And one of the very simple solutions is building solar streetlights in communities where women and girls feel unsafe coming out of their homes in the evenings, something that is exacerbated by climate change-induced disasters. And so in this way, they're actually able to have the freedom to come out of their homes in the evenings and feel safe going to school in the mornings for the children, and for the women coming out of their homes in the evenings and just not having to fear traffickers or exploitation or rape and abuse. And so I share these solutions with you today because it is important for us to understand that multidimensional issues require multidimensional solutions. And our work is testament to the fact that a dollar, if invested smartly, goes a very long way in not only bringing about social and environmental change, but also in creating new avenues of this economic growth that is inclusive and is driven from within the community. So true sustainable development addressing all the three pillars. And over the last more than a decade now, our solutions have benefited over 500,000 people. However, that is just a drop in an ocean of 8 billion people. So to provide scale, to work such as ours, we still need to understand that this is largely driven by non-state actors, and we need robust policies and a drastic realignment of our financial support systems to support these ground level solutions. And the current crises have tested our ability to deal with these large scale disruptions. So it's now time for us to build our legacy as something of a more resilient society. And our work proves that it is possible to innovate for a sustainable world through ground level solutions. All it requires is intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Kekeshan. Unfortunately, I do not think we have time for our questions. Incredible presentation by Kekeshan at the end. So if you have any kind of questions for our panelists, for our speakers, feel free to send them in a chat and we can reach back to you afterwards. And huge thanks to our amazing speakers. And I wish we can take this discussion even forwards, but unfortunately, we ran out of time. Till the next time, I hope with more time. Thanks, everyone, and thanks for the participants and listeners as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alberto Zucconi for the people that do not me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Alberto.
Hi. Donato, we are friends since a long time ago. Isabel, welcome. As I will announce as soon as we start, each presenter has 10 minutes time. So we have also some time to have what we announce, some feedback and suggestion from the audience. Do I have anybody from the administration of the conference? Are you hearing me?
Yes, Alberto, we're all here.
Oh, ciao. Great. As I wrote in the mail, I would like very much when the presenter have finished, that the people from the audience can be empowered by somebody to speak directly without having to write. It's more personalized since this session is to receive feedback from the audience. Let's try to put them on the same level of the presenter, the contribution of the purpose of this panel, please.
We will do
So,
that. Yes.
Without you choose them, hopefully in a democratic way, first come, first serve. Okay?
Yes, we will do that, Alberto. If we
Thank you
see
very much,
hands
Jan.
raised, we will make
And
the comments.
did you know, since in your email there was not any mention or Rajani Ravi, is he coming?
No, she is not part of this panel. No.
Oh, because he was on the program.
It's altered now, so
Okay.
she's not part of the panel.
So let me understand, please. We have here Isabella and Donato, that's for sure. But how many more? Is Pavel gonna come?
Anna has just joined us, so we're making her panelist. And as soon as Pavel joins us, he will also become a panelist.
Yeah, I was just. Hi, Anna. Welcome.
Hello.
As I was saying, each presenter has 10 minutes, so we can hear from the audience the feedback and also suggestion for future activity of our academy. Pavel should join us any moment, but since we promised to start at 4 o'clock, which is now, can we open this session? Yes, Janani? Can we
yes,
open?
Alberto, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. This is the panel for observation, insights, and opportunity for the future. We have some distinguished panelists, and each of them will have, unfortunately, only 10 minutes time, because the rest of the time we want to hear from you, from the audience, and have your suggestion and feedback for our academy future activities. So I'm going here as my list from the original panel. We start with Isabella Boone, that is a research fellow at Regent Park College, University of Oxford, and you are many more things, Isabella, and maybe it's better that you present yourself. You know yourself much better than this ignorant colleague of yours. Go ahead, Isabella.
Thank you very much, Alberto. And what a wonderful way to begin with the assertion that I am many things. And indeed, everyone on this panel is many things. But yes, I'm joining you from Oxford, where I've been based for about 30 years. I'm an international lawyer by background and also a former professor of business ethics. So my area of interest is really at the intersection of global governance and corporate governance in particular lately. And so the work of the Academy has been very informative and also inspirational. So it's a privilege to join you today and to understand some of the previous speakers and how they can also inform our reflections. And I'm very grateful to the younger generation as well for their wisdom.
Great. From now on, you have 10 minutes, Isabella.
Perfect. So one phrase that sticks in my mind about the World Academy is its invocation of the Russell-Einstein Manifesto of 1955. And in fact, Pooja just mentioned it as well. And there's this very, I would say, memorable, evocative phrase at the dawn of the nuclear age, which is, remember your humanity and forget the rest. But I have to say, in the few years that I've been observing the World Academy and Gary and the other leaders, their incredible work to incorporate an interdisciplinary perspective, to engage with leaders across the world, to think about global security and how that could be an anchor for the work of the Academy itself, its remarkable relationship with civil society organizations. And I think really one of my big lessons from them is how seriously they take trust and how seriously they take collaboration. And I think perhaps this is a future area to really have them develop for the community some of their lessons and experiences and how it can help all of us going forward. So remember your humanity and forget the rest. I just have to say that no, the World Academy has not forgotten the rest. In fact, I think that my new motto for them might be, remember your humanity and leverage the rest. I feel this constant energy and dedication on the part of the Academy to do as much as possible with their resources, with their connections around the world. And I think it is a challenge to us as well. Can we leverage this moment? Can we look to what we know, who we know, what our networks might be, what opportunities that we see for the future? How can we advance various ideas and projects? What can we leverage, literally where we are and who we are? So I find that old phrase still an inspiration, but also that we do not ignore the rest. We actually look at everything around us to see how we can help accomplish the vision. And this grand challenge, and that's how I see it, I think that Gary has put before us a grand challenge, and our program indicates that we have this global social moment to promote human security for present and future generations. It's a very clearly articulated and very visionary statement. And I think that WAAS is, the World Academy is ideally positioned to lead this challenge. And I think, again, because they do work on a multidisciplinary global basis, they care deeply about collaboration, and they have great experience and expertise in that field, and it also builds trust. And I think all of that helps catalyze really countless ideas into action. We've had a small sample of that even during our conversations today. I was also reminded about the enormous breadth of values that the World Academy represents. And as I was hearing the presentations and reflecting on some of the earlier materials, perhaps there is scope in the future for the World Academy, which is really without parallel, I would have to say, on the global stage, to develop a platform, perhaps a global platform for values in a maybe philosophical way, perhaps in a leadership way. But I think the key would be, how do you implement them into action? And I think that this could be a tremendous resource, literally for the world, not just for our community and the communities that we're involved with. But I don't think there's anything quite like this. There are obviously various lists and efforts, and values have been pursued for many different times, including in Europe and in America and in other places. But I think that it's quite a unique opportunity, perhaps, for the Academy to consider drawing on the knowledge base that they have in so many diverse, not just geographies, but also specializations and disciplines, to look at those values and how then do they really inform action. As far as opportunities for the future, maybe just briefly mention 4 areas that reflect my own work that I find challenging, obviously, but also I see this opportunity with the World Academy to help develop some of these ideas and to promote concrete action. One area, of course, is the human rights agenda. Last year marked the 75th anniversary. There's nothing like an anniversary to concentrate the mind, we know this, of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And at the same time, even though we were having tremendous discussions, I also specialize in international human rights law, about the nature of human rights, problems of security continue to persist. And indeed, you may remember that the Secretary General announced a code red for humanity. So while we're celebrating everything we've accomplished for rights, at the same time, I think all of us on this call are acutely aware of the failures of human rights and how much further we need to go. So one of my favorite article of the Universal Declaration that I have is Article 28. I'm going to read it to you. It is very short. It affirms a social and international order in which the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration can be fully realized. So that was 75 years ago. We still have not fulfilled that ambition, but I think it spurs us to keep looking at essentially the question of order. What is the social and international order, and what can we do to shift the order so that it better promotes all forms of human rights? So that is a challenge. But related to that, it's also interesting that Article 28 is invoked in what they call, in shorthand, sometimes they call it 3rd generation rights, often solidarity rights. So in other words, the right to peace, the right to development, the right to a healthy environment. This is often anchored in Article 28. And I think this may be perhaps an overlooked area for many organizations. They focus on economic, social, political rights, cultural rights, and other perhaps better known standards that are encapsulated in various charters and in various conventions. But there is traction for these rights, these solidarity rights, these 3rd generation rights, to be moving forward and helping to inform global governance. So I think that could be an interesting area for the World Academy to think about. Article 28, and what can the Academy do to help create that kind of a social and international order, which is so close to also areas of the security agenda that we've been talking about. The next aspect, of course, very broadly, is the justice agenda. And I think everyone on this call can think of interlinkage between their work and questions of justice. And I think that is why it is such a rich topic, a multidisciplinary topic, for all of us to start thinking about how does justice relate to what we are doing. It's been very interesting to see that the human aspects of justice, the lived experience of individuals of justice, is becoming much more in focus. Also, that the justice language is used in terms of identifying how we must move beyond problems like climate change, the just transition, using that justice language and building into that system of deliberations, looking after the poorest and most vulnerable in society as that transition takes place. Something we've heard a lot about today, AI, technology, information, misinformation, a whole nother realm of what is AI governance, what is justice within the virtual realm, and of course also the access to the technology, which becomes a justice question, that question of digital inclusion, digital access, which is becoming so much more important for education, for financial transactions, for participation in the global economy and the global society. So lots of questions on the technology side. The other aspect that I've become familiar with through my work with the American Bar Association, the justice defenders, we call them for short, the advocates for human rights, the journalists, the lawyers, the judges, the various groups and civil society agencies that are involved in the legal process, they are under threat around the world. And I think that a question that I've been asking myself, can this concept of a global security, which obviously has a huge justice dimension, also focus on the personal security of the justice defenders? All around the world, we see this. And unfortunately, as we're now in an election cycle in the United States, we're going to be seeing a lot more of a manipulation of media and also the suppression of justice defenders in various interests around the world. Another area is private sector. So I've done a lot of work on essentially the ethical responsibilities of business going back a number of decades. And I think this is a phenomenal time for the private sector, including the financial markets, to be thinking through what their social and environmental responsibilities may be. And we're familiar with organizations such as the United Nations Global Compact and many other standards that are encouraging the behavior. Also, the UN guiding principles on business and human rights have been revolutionary in thinking through how the government has to protect human rights, but business has an obligation to respect human rights. And that has transformed not just the interaction between business and these issues, and including the United Nations, but also practices. And this is also now driven with regulation and also with due diligence aspects, including on the environmental social governance, ESG side. I've just finished a project for the UN Global Compact on what the private sector can do to support SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So that was very challenging and also very interesting. And I think that will pay dividends, because we all know on this call, and I see of course, our SDG pins around the room, but I am a little biased as a lawyer. It's my favorite SDG is 16, peace, justice, strong institution. In and of itself is valuable, but I see it as a foundation and a catalyst for the entire SDG agenda. It is not something, you cannot really pursue many of the goals unless you have that foundation in place for peace and justice and strong institutions. And so finally, that just leads me to the question of maybe governance more broadly. There is a lot of interesting activity on governance. And I think, for example, at the Stimson Center on Human Security and Governments at NYU, who are, I think, especially in their global governance survey, also show how to respond. I see the clock is being held up very elegantly. Let me just also then mention briefly the World Justice Project and their annual Rule of Law Index, and the Institute for Economics and Peace with their principles of positive peace and their various data sets as well. So I think what's exciting about the governance space is that we're adding the evidence to show what is happening on the ground and also what kinds of interventions from a policy standpoint would be beneficial. So thank you very much. So that is my future vision for what the World Academy can accomplish, and it is a thrill to be part of the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabella, underlining the need of building a strong working alliance based on value and trust. Now, quickly, I go to Pavel. Ciao, Pavel. 10 minutes each. Presenter has 10 minutes because we need also to hear from the audience. Pavel, please introduce yourself.
Yes. Thank you very much, Alberto. Excited to be here. I'm Pavel Luksher, the founder of Global Education Futures Initiative, which works on the transformation of education and the future of skills. And more recently, I also co-founded a project called University for the Earth, which aims to create skill sets, mindsets, and cultivate projects for the regeneration of the planet and mainstreaming regenerative practices. And thinking about the past few days, the conversation that have been happening, and the journey that World Academy has been taking, I think we are actually in 2020s have entered a really important period of time in human history, where we start to see that some of the most fundamental institutions of our society that sort of have been holding our collective space, the global political and economic order, they're sort of sliding. We are facing the decline of the past paradigm that is aggravated by rapid technological progress, that is aggravated by environmental crisis and economic and political crisis around the world. And I think that COVID, first of all, and multiple international conflicts that happened in the last several years are symptoms of that slide, that kind of disbalance that is already present. It is clear that industrial systems of the systems created for a mass-scale industrial civilization that has been dominating our world for the last centuries are no longer hold. If we want, let's say, the project of humanity, the planetary civilization to continue, we need to rethink the foundations on which our society operates. And I think there is a sense of urgency that is present, and a lot of people feel it. But very few institutions are able to champion alternatives, to actually say what can be the pathways into the future. So to me, World Academy is one of few unique spaces in the world where such conversations can hold, can continue, and can actually set up the tone for this transition that needs to happen. And there are elements of the transition that I feel are more obvious to us already, such as dealing with increasingly complex technological systems and information systems, and development of artificial intelligence that has been widely discussed in this conference. How do we adapt to the reality of generative artificial intelligence that is basically disrupting every facet of our society, from skills and jobs to the way we learn, to media, to policy making, and beyond. With artificial intelligence, we discussed it quite extensively in the session yesterday. We are standing in a kind of junction between, let's say, very optimistic scenarios of the future and very dark scenarios of the future. And the choice is not only with designers of AI tools. It lies with all of the society, and to make designers and users, users, I mean the large organizations, first of all, that deploy AI, accountable to the societies, and the process of development of AI transparent to societies, perhaps one of key tasks key missions that World Academy currently can undertake. But I feel there is much more. What I feel is much more is that the same as we experience with AI, where we have the highest potentials and the darkest scenarios ahead of us, we are much, in the broader sense, this is the dilemma we are facing for all of our society? Will we continue on the pathways which, for example, deprive people of their rights, their opportunity to choose? Will we move to more increasingly autocratic states, the command and control all over the planet? Will we move into the new era of kind of Hobbesian war, everyone against the everyone? Or will we transit that and discover possibilities for the era of true global peace? Isabella, you mentioned just this work on positive peace. If we think about decades ahead of us, we are now at the moment where if we don't find new principles of international cooperation, the risk of World War III is as high as never, basically, since the end of the Cold War. And the possibility of a new thermonuclear war, if it happens, this will be the dead end of and the literal end of human society. So we need not just to say how to control nuclear weapons or how to rethink the principles of international cooperation. We need to undertake a much more ambitious goal of traveling towards conditions for positive peace, or what we call peaceful futures. And actually, in my article in Cadmus last year, as part of human security projects, I advocated for the idea that we should make global peace for all the key priority of human security project. Because actually, if we think about what positive peace entails, it entails every aspect of societal transformation, deep democracy, changing of economic models, inclusive societies, transformation of cultures, healing of historical traumas. So it really addresses every aspect of what we know as human security.
2 minutes.
So I would say,
2 minutes you have.
Yes, I'm completing. And the third point, so the first point is let's take very seriously existential risks of new technologies and be a proactive body that creates models how to govern them. Second, let's make peace our top objective that sort of becomes the beacon for our efforts in human security. And third thing, our ultimate objective, I think, is to guide civilization to become truly centric, life-aligned, life-affirming, and regenerative. So I think the idea of regenerative economy and regenerative society, regenerative culture should become, let's say, should be on the banner of World Academy. And we should discover ways how to implement various initiatives, educational initiatives, investment initiatives, policy-making initiatives that are enabling this transition to truly regenerative futures. I think there is no other choice. We need to become regenerative as a species. We need to mainstream regenerative activities. And that is, to me, the mission of World Academy. It can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel, and reminding us how significant is to work for having a future, and that can be only peaceful and regenerative. But thank you very much. Now,
and I'd like to highlight this, maybe the last point.
Okay.
I really believe that the future is feminine. I think the female leadership is super critical to make sure that we create conditions for feminine ways of seeing the world and empowering women all over the world to make it beautiful, regenerative, and peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Anna, here another woman that can tell us how we go ahead and have a future. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me all.
Very well. You have 10 minutes like the others.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm a diplomat. I'm also an economist, and I'm the vice president of the Croatian chapter of PEGWAS Conferences on Science and World Affairs. I'm also a member of the Croatian Club of Rome and also an associate fellow of the World Academy. And thank you for inviting me. And I must say I agree with my colleagues, and I will now highlight 4 topics that I think that could be useful for the future of the World Academy. So the first is changing narratives. The second is related to governance. The third is related to education. And fourth, related to peace activities. So we already mentioned some of these, but I will now say more about these 4 topics. So first of all, I think that one of the main insights and opportunities that we have is changing narratives. As we see that changing the paradigm of national security into human security was a success, and it is now a widespread all over the world within the academic community, the civil society. I think we should continue with this practice. I see it as a good opportunity to promote the universal values of humanism through language and changing narratives. So creating our own terms, our own paradigms based on humanity, peace, and equality, and then using them in our projects, on conferences, within publications, could help push these concepts into the public space and media, which makes them then more influential and set into the mainstream. Recently, we heard some new terms like peace offensive or mass construction, but also I think we should use the term sustainable peace more, responsible leadership, dialogue, respect, cooperation, optimism, trust, collaboration, words and concepts that have to be strengthened in general. Language is very important. Words are energy. And the choice of words and the power of our vocabulary is very important in making an impact. As we know, rhetoric is an ancient skill, which, if used correctly and efficiently, can have a great influence on others. Language and rhetoric are important tools in politics and diplomacy, and scientists and academics should use it as well. Whatever we talk about, we strengthen. So the second, the World Academy could think of and create new models of economic and political systems. So upgrading current systems or making hybrid ones, using the best qualities of all existing economic and political systems, and conduct expert discussions. So I think we agreed that the current economic system and political systems are not sustainable. So they are not equitable. Systems change throughout the history. And as we know, today in the world, we have many political and economic systems. For example, in Europe, we have mostly parliamentary democracies and capitalism, but also we have monarchies. In China, which is a world superpower, we have a different system, but also in many other countries in Asia and around the world. So I think we should engage in a deep and detailed dialogue with economists, philosophers, political scientists, but also other think tanks and international organizations that deal with global issues to explore the possibilities of upgrading the systems that we have today and maybe propose some new ideas and models, not just one, but several. Here we must, of course, have an open mind to accept different options for the benefit of humanity. Humanism, human rights, meritocracy, the right ratio, the right amount of interventionism with freedoms of the individual, as well as taking into account equality and equity. These concepts have to be our priority and leading ideas for those upgraded models. And when I say new concepts of economic and political management, I also mean global leadership models and structures. We could, for example, set working groups or thematic panels and produce a document with concrete proposals. The more, the better, in my opinion. So third is education. Comprehensive, permanent education and lifelong learning should always be our focus, but also studies of human nature, the deeper education, the one, as Aristotle calls it, the education of the heart. That means focus on emotional intelligence, empathy, practical psychology, and ethics. In the last decades, we made too much progress in the STEM field, but somehow we neglected the humanities. In today's world, we don't lack scientific or technological progress. We lack ethics and empathy. So we should promote more ethics, more emotional intelligence, and practical psychology in global education. Also, holistic lifelong learning has to become a standard in education, in my opinion, as well as making the existing knowledge accessible to all. And finally, the fourth, we have to strengthen our peace campaigns. I would suggest making a campaign with our creative forces, our colleagues from the arts and the creative industry, and call it, for example, World Artists for Peace. I would like to see videos, films, exhibitions, marketing campaigns with the topic of peace, songs like Imagine or Earth Song, concerts like the Live Aid. We all remember the impact of these types of events they had in their time. Art speaks through emotions, and we must appeal to the emotions of our global fellow citizens to join this peace campaign and make them aware that we are all brothers and sisters sharing one earth and one future. So the World Academy could appoint world ambassadors for peace, just like the UN does it. They could be our members or prominent personalities, artists, scientists, philosophers, professors. The World Academy can also appoint world ambassadors for other causes, for example, ambassadors for sustainable development, for dialogue of continents, for disarmament, for ethics within new technologies, with concrete tasks. So these are some of my proposals, and I would like to hear the comments of my colleagues, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you, Anna, for this bonanza of wonderful suggestion, and also reminding us that we should empower ourselves because we are creating reality every time we open our mouth and speak.
Yes.
And we do create a world that then we inhabit. So we better be sustainable architects of our present and future. Thank you very much. And now let's go to our Vice President, Donato Chiniche-Passigli. Donato, present yourself in 10 minutes like the other, please.
Thank you, Alberto. Can you see me? I'm not so sure. Let's see.
We see you very well and tanned.
And tanned, yes, it's true. I'm at the seaside. Now, thank you very much for inviting me and for taking part in these very interesting discussions. I relate to many of the issues that have been raised. And I think that, as Pavel said, peace should be the priority. And probably this was also the sense of the famous sentence that Isabella has evoked, the Russell Einstein Manifesto, when they talked about the importance of remembering humanity and forgetting the rest. I mean, the essence is, as you also said, remembering the most important thing. We are humans after all, and that the rest derives from that. So in a sense, adding things would only detract from what we really are and what is our ultimate goal. And that's why I really like what you all said, and Pavel in particular, because I believe that peace should be our objective. And there are many genuine initiatives worldwide. Pacifism, first of all, disarmament. But on the other hand, we have to be very pragmatic, not forgetting that we also have to have a certain degree of idealism, as we all have. Now, what provokes my initiative here today is the fact that I've been thinking about this theme, and others have written many books, and authors have developed so many good theories about conflict management. I'm also a conflict manager, besides being the vice president of the World Academy and a former UN official. So my interest is to launch a peace offensive. And this term, peace offensive, as you may recall, has been used in the 60s. The first one to use this term was Charles Osgood, that probably Alberto remembers because, as yourself, was a psychologist and a very famous psychologist who really concentrated on the elements of peace and what provokes peace, instills peace in people's mind. Osgood wrote an article that I retrieved that is simply called Reciprocal Initiative. Very blunt, very simple. In reality, he studied the subject very deeply, and he developed a theory that is called graduated reciprocation of intention reductions. Great. Graduated reciprocation intention reaction. This not only psychological, is really related to how the dynamics of peace initiatives are developed. And many peace initiatives actually follow this pattern. This is not a new theory. Even the Romans used the concept of do des, meaning that you have to concede something initially in order to entice others to concede on their side, maybe later on. So these concessions and this plan that can be prepared ahead in a timely manner with various initiatives, consequent initiatives that not necessarily provoke an immediate response.
We don't hear you anymore, Donato. Do you hear us? Or you're frozen. Was supported. There is anything we can do. Donato is at the seaside, so maybe that is the connection is a little difficult.
Yes, we'll make him panelist when he rejoins the meeting. He's disconnected now.
Well, let's see that we have two alternatives. We can start to hear from the audience because the time is very short, and start again with Donato if, as we hope, we can. Eccolo, here we go. Donato, do you hear us?
Yes. Are you back with me, or am I back with you? Probably.
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So you heard me until I was talking about the rationale for a peace offensive. That is not necessarily an idealistic approach, can be very realistic in a sense. And, you know, the possibilities of applying this concept to various mediations, negotiations ongoing, even those who do not exist right now. But given the fact that in most of the conflicts, the most prominent ones and the forgotten ones that unfortunately the world is full of, in all these situations, there are openings, there are possibilities for enemies to discuss and to inaugurate a negotiation process of some sort, a direct or indirect negotiation process. So the relevance of the graduated reciprocation in intention reduction approach is prepare ahead of time plans in order that you can test the ground as when you take the initiative in this sense, and you can see if you get a positive response. So with this in mind, and I have articulated that in an article that will be published soon in Cadmus, in the next issue of Cadmus, with Gary Jacobs forward, we can imagine that the approach can be followed, for instance, in the conflict in the Middle East, or the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So let's imagine, for instance, because in a sense is an exercise of imagination, that by October 1st, the Israeli occupying army in Gaza gives unimpeded access to humanitarian aid. And then also water and electricity in this occupied land. Let's imagine that at the same time we have a reciprocation in that sense, and we can have that in also for the conflict in Ukraine, where you may envisage that the Russians decide not to, let's say, expose the entire planet to a nuclear reaction, and withdrawing troops from Zaporizhia and that power plant that is under threat right now. I'm just giving examples, but so we have. I put down a sort of wish list that is my wish list, but many others could have another theoretical wish list that can be corroborated with solid plans. Now, who can contribute to that? Everybody can contribute to that. I mean, organizations, international organizations that want to cooperate for this peace offensive, well-coordinated peace offensive that can be as effective as a military campaign. Of course, international organizations devoted to peace, but also academies, non-governmental organizations, individuals. And this becomes very relevant when we speak also about the future of our planet and the UN in the future. We will have this conference in September at the UN trying to revamp multilateralism. What kind of multilateralism can we think of is not based on international cooperation. So international cooperation is the foundations of multilateralism. And for that purpose, we need also to think in terms of which concessions one can give to the other in order to promote peace, not only, as I said, as a unilateral step, but as a gradual step that can be followed by subsequent initiatives. So this is what I wanted to briefly present today, since Alberto, you gave me this opportunity to say that the World Academy, since we started talking about this approach, seems quite, let's say, cohesive around the theme and this particular initiative. So we think that can be part and parcel of the Human Security for All campaign, as Pavel was saying, that also should take precedence on any other initiative that we have right now ongoing or that we are planning for the future. So I'll be happy to take questions if this is an issue of your interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, thank you for this wonderful proposal. And now to the audience, we have 15 minutes to have feedback, not only to Donato, but to every panelist, and more than that, to the World Academy of Art and Science, because we have created this panel just to receive feedback and proposal for our future activity. So I am in agreement with Janani that she's gonna select one by one, first come, first serve. And please, what you say, very brief, 1 minute, and if there are question, 1 minute answer. So many people can, go ahead, Heiner.
Thank you very much. 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 Thank you very mu
Go ahead. Janani, can we have the people that want to speak? You admit them to
Yes,
the mic?
I'm admitting them. For some reason, Highness, mic is still closed. So I have invited Elena Mastakova next.
Okay, Elena, please.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am going to be very quick. First of all, to really thank you for the excellent comments today and the excellent contributions. And in continuation to what was said and recommended today, and also what I spoke about yesterday as well, I would like to propose that it would be powerful for the World Academy to develop a master project on deep education for human security in the 21st century. Because when we start talking about deep education for human security, that includes everything from practical psychology and emotional intelligence to issues of governance, just and sustainable planetary governance, to issues of citizenship, also to issues of justice, unitive justice versus the kind of divisive understanding of justice that is tearing the planet apart. Also, more importantly, the very nature of reality. We cannot have deep education for human security unless we educate people in the understanding of reality that the physical sciences are putting forth now, that we share the reality of consciousness with all living things. The nature of consciousness is to evolve when we learn about when we have a real evolutionary deep education that includes justice, governance, basic science, psychology of development, practical psychology and skills, and very, very important, two more things that are often missed and not mentioned. An evolutionary understanding of history, I think, is critical. I spoke a lot about it yesterday, because otherwise we have a way of getting very disillusioned and having a static black and white approach to history, which I think is not helpful. And along with an evolutionary understanding of history, we also need to develop in young people and in all of us consultative skills. Consultation,
Thank you very much.
not debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much. Next, please, a quick suggestion, because we want to hear as many people as possible, and the time is getting shorter and shorter. Janani, can you let the next one, please?
Yes, Hans de Orwell is here. Hans, your mic is open and you can speak.
Yes.
Hans, we want to hear from you.
Thank you very much. I'll be trying to be brief. 3 points, basically. I think we should be careful of not overcharging our agenda. We are an NGO, and I don't think we can cope and compete with what the UN and other organizations cannot do. Second point, I think what attracted me always at WAAS was the emphasis on arts and science. When I hear the debate today, it seems to me that we are twisting also again towards economy and other issues, which again are being handled by other organizations maybe better. To me, it seems, of course, peace is an overarching issue, which every organization like ours also should pursue. But I think we have to create a nexus between peace, sustainability, science and culture. And with sustainability, we have science and culture in there, which unfortunately, in their wisdom or lack of wisdom, the UN in 2015 did not see fit to include among the SDGs. Now, we should already, with the name of our organization, try that we can elevate and emphasize the role and the contribution of science and the arts and culture to the betterment of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hans, for your suggestion. I see Olivia Bina and also it's big. Olivia?
Yes, hello. Hi, Alberto. Thank
Ciao,
you.
Olivia.
Buongiorno. Very briefly, I just wanted to perhaps counter a little bit the comment that was just made because I think that WAAS has done a fantastic job at connecting what needs to be connected. So I would endorse that we keep doing that. However, without dispersion, and that is a difficult balance, I agree. So maybe discussions about how we do that, we continue to do that effectively into the future would be great. And then I just want to leave my support for Pavel's comment around the need for positive and, enticing visions for the future, also linked to the ideas of regenerative futures, which has been becoming very common in the last few years. I could go on, but I will leave others to speak. And thanks a lot for all the wonderful speakers. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Thank you. Speak. Speak, you're on.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I have two questions, if I may, to the panel, and particularly to Pavel. And the first question is how we could achieve peace without condemning the aggressors in Ukraine or Middle East. And the question to Anna, how we could collaborate effectively if we do not use the language to tell the truth, but to manipulate or to avoid telling the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Pavel and Anna, you first, Pavel. Short answer, please.
Zbigniew, thank you for this question. First of all, I agree that aggressors should be condemned. The way I see pathways to peace, especially for NGOs like WAAS, is that we need to cultivate conditions for positive peace. When wars are already raging, it's often very hard to stop. But civic society, scientists, artists, they can create conditions for future wars not to happen. This is, I think, our collective task. We need to focus on positive peace.
Thank you. Anna, please.
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean manipulation with words. I meant just strengthening the positive pole, because I was referring, for example, of the state of mental health of the society, which is constantly affected by the terms used in the media, on social media, and that is violence, conflicts, wars, shocking content. So it's affecting our mental health and the youth. And I think that we are not manipulating with our with the change of our narrative. We are just slightly changing the way we see reality. So it's not just that in the world exist only conflicts. There also exist many peaceful activities. For example, you can talk about conflict management, or you can talk about collaboration and understanding. Those are like the similarities, but the nuances are important. So I don't think it's manipulation. I just think that we have to put the emphasis on positive narratives.
Thank you. And I see Isabella has raised a hand. So what would like to share?
Thank you. Well, Alberto, it's an addition to the question you had asked me, which is, I am many things, what are they? But given the course of the conversation, I wanted to add that I am a member of the Oxford Peace Research Trust, and our main raison d'etre is to establish an endowed chair in perpetuity at the University of Oxford, because we know that if Oxford does something in this space, it'll create its own sort of ecosystem of research and publications and conferences and so forth. And also there is an Oxford Network for Peace Studies, which holds an annual conference. But the key is interdisciplinarity. It's women's studies, journalism, politics, area studies, psychology, diplomacy, AI, public policy, religion, development, law, human rights, it's everything. And I think the perspective is that all of these subjects have something to contribute, to Anna's point as well, something to contribute to understanding peace, peace building, and peacekeeping. So I did just want to mention that. And if anyone would like to write a check for an endowed chair in peace studies, please let me know.
That's great to know, and a wonderful endeavor. Maybe not writing a check, but you could invite some of our exponents of human security, like Gary and Donato, to intervene and interact with you. Who better than you that you are also a World Academy Fellow?
Well, the other thing that I might be able to persuade my colleagues is to actually perhaps have a conference focusing on the work of the World Academy in peace. But I alone cannot deliver that. We are very collaborative. I see some thumbs up. Thank you for that, Pavel. But I think that the subjects that we grapple with are very creative in both senses of the word. They're innovative, but they also could bring into being something truly remarkable. So thank you for that.
Thank you to you, and more power to you for this wonderful work. And if you want us to contribute, we'd be honored. Gary, Donato, and others are working with the United Nations Human Security Initiatives, as you well know. Okay, the time is really running short. So there is from the audience some more feedback and suggestion. Janani?
No other hands raised, Alberto.
No more hands. Well, then, since there are only 3 minutes, I will ask the panelists if they want to add anything to this rich and variegated, brainstorming on how we can contribute meaningfully to the future of humanity, considering that the atomic clock is clicking faster and faster.
Alberto, the answer is dialogue. I mean, I think we all agreed on that point. I mean, we have to find ways to bring people together. I mean, people don't want war. People want mutual understanding, want development, want a better life for everybody. And I think we have the means. The fact is that we have to have the opportunities. So working together and reforming the institutions that are not functioning right now, making sure that we really revamp multilateralism in a positive way with true collaboration is a way to go forward.
Thank you. There is also Anna and Pavel. Very quickly. Anna? Go ahead. Now you are muted. Anna Echo. Go ahead, Anna.
Yes, I said Pavel was first, but yes, I will be very, very brief.
Ladies first, as the T-shirt.
Yes, I think that it's very important to address the root causes of inequalities and injustice and conflicts that exist in the world today. And I think that is also a task of the World Academy. And I will just like to refer what was mentioned earlier. Science, the political science and economic science, this is also science. So it's not just, we often see the natural sciences as when we say World Academy of Art and Science, but also science is political science and philosophy and humanities and social sciences and economic science. This is also science. So I think that if we address the root causes of the inequalities and the unsustainable world that we live in, I think that that's the way to peace. So that is why I mentioned this, to make this maybe working groups. We can't find solutions for everything. I agree, but we can try. We can join our forces and try to address the causes, because the causes are more important than the consequences. The consequences we see every day, but the causes are here for centuries, for decades, and we kind of neglect them, or we don't see them, or we kind of just deal with the consequences, but the root causes are what we have to address together.
Thank you. Thank you. Last minute for Pavel. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, first of all, I think there were several really exciting suggestions. So one from Yelena on putting together an educational program. I would like to highlight that this is a very good idea, and I think that World Academy really can contribute by cultivating such types of programs. So let's explore this. I think the other topic that was highlighted by commenters was the role of art. And I would like to say, on one hand, we should remember that the role of art in 21st century should be different, given the challenges we are facing. Art needs to be at the frontiers of this collective human evolution. So art needs to be action. But let's discover how art can serve the purpose of peace, the purpose of regenerative cultures, and let World Academy be the space to explore it.
Thank you. Actually, we have no more time except to thank you, panelists, and everybody that intervened and that will make a suggestion by mailing us. We can make it all together now. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Alberto. Thanks a lot. Excellent moderation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining. And we're about to kick off the panel on the World Academy's projects and the focus it will have strategically now to focus on six interesting initiatives and programs and to raise the funding for that. I'm delighted to welcome 5 panelists and our president and CEO, Gary Jacobs. Gary, can I hand to you to say a few words, and then I will kick into the agenda that we have.
Where is it? Ketan, I thought you were going to say all the words that were necessary.
I was going to say lots of words. Could I share screen? Could we ask the administrators
It is on.
take it up so I can
Screen
share screen and control the screen?
Okay, Basagi, give Ketan the control of the screen. My few words will be just to give a little background, because I want to thank you and other members of the development committee who have been working very hard for the last, it's about a year and a half, especially to get the formulation of our presentation of ourselves to the fundraising community and identification of a full range, or I'd call it palette, of projects that we would like to have already underway by us and our partners. Some of them we're in the process of launching, and many of them, or most of them, how far we can go will depend on our fundraising capabilities. We're going ahead, but we need to do a lot more. And I think I'd just like to say, since you gave me the opportunity, after the UN approved, for 1.5 years, we were working with the UN to get approval for HS4A, and it took all the energy of top management, and we really neglected other important functions, most of all communication with our fellows, because we didn't know what to tell anybody. We weren't sure of what the outcome would be. And after we got the approval, which was in end of September 2022, the demands of the project and the demands of the UN completely absorbed the top management on an almost day-to-day basis, because the standards they expected and the goals, the achievements they expected were very demanding. And we had originally thought that we would be involving at least 50 or more of our fellows very actively in all of the campaign projects, because we knew we couldn't do it by ourselves. And then, to our surprise, the UN wanted to very strictly and severely control who was involved in the project, as if they don't know us personally, something like that. So we had a year and a half of silence almost. We tried to communicate through the newsletters, but the whole purpose of this GA was to try to open this up again and really make all our fellows part of the discussion and part of the participation. And now we're in a much better position to do that, but we need everybody's help for the design, financing, and implementation of the programs, these and others along the way. So it's yours, Kate.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. We have 5 panelists for you to walk us through the program that came out of our strategy days at Athens last year. I'm going to introduce them very briefly. Most of them don't need an introduction. They're long-standing members of the World Academy, and a few of them are new to working with us, particularly since we had the HS4A project. Grant Schreiber, he's a general manager, and he's played a very important leading role in HS4A. Ralph Wolf, who is the former president of the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, director at the World University Consortium, and a trustee of the World Academy, focused on transforming education and learning. Nebojša, who everyone knows, I'm sure, is vice president of the World Academy, president of the Serbian chapter of the Club of Rome, focused on science for human security and sustainable development. M. Chandrasekharan, senior research fellow of the Mothers Service Society in India, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in India too, and focused on AI. Jonathan Miller, John is CEO, Integrated Media Company, is on the advisory council as a member of Force for Good, and former CEO of AOL, CEO and chairman of AOL, and a fellow at the World Academy, focused on global citizen and partnership. Let me kick off just briefly by saying I'm delighted we're pulling this together. I'm also, as some of you may know, a member of the World Academy of Art and Science, on the board of trustees, and part of our leadership team. We have spent a lot of time drawing together the essence of the strategy so that it can be presented to the outside world. This presentation isn't that, it's a combination of the stories that we want to tell you to explain to you what the strategy is and what the programs are. Well, I'll begin with this actually, and this is very pertinent to where we've been, but where we are now again. We're at that time in history again, with a far more greater ability to create a better future and to destroy it. And it's poignant that actually this has gripped people, and the idea of human security for all goes hand in hand with the idea that we have science and technology that can create a far better future or a far worse one if we don't focus on the right things and the right values and work together towards solutions. Just a brief reminder of Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General's calling really for us, that we're on a path which requires us to fight for our lives, and we're losing that fight today on multiple levels, whether it's climate or the world order or poverty and wealth and its distribution, nationalism, and a whole range of other issues that actually threaten the planet, and really call for the World Academy and other institutions to step up to see if we can make a big difference. The World Academy has a unique perspective, and working together, that's been articulated so that we can present it very forcefully to the world. We advance universal human rights. We provide the policy guidance now for parliamentarians. We are highlighting untapped opportunities for policymakers. We wish to promote innovative financial solutions. We have a person-centric, contextual, transdisciplinary, value-based approach to rolling out our program. We're transnational in the approach to the threats, the risks, the responsibilities. We've integrated perspectives to surmount the limitations. We believe in catalytic strategies and wish to promote those to create the awareness. And we're fostering a shared global human identity and consciousness. As you can see, this combines the science and the arts and requires the World Academy to play a global role in making an impact, a measurable impact, not just in our thinking, but in the execution of that thinking too. And that's been translated into 6 initiatives. These 6 are the Human Security Campaign, Financing Sustainable Development, Transforming Education and Learning, the Science for Human Security and Sustainable Development, AI and Virtual Reality Learning, and Global Citizenship Participation. Each of the panelists will walk us through these very briefly. I'll ask each of you, please, to be very disciplined so we have some time for questions at the end. And we will spend something like 7 to 8 minutes walking through each of these so you have an understanding of what the aim is, what the goals are, and potentially what's been achieved so far. Let me kick off with the first one. Human security for all. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Gatan, and thank you for having me on this discussion today, which is a really important one. As Gary mentioned in the introduction, the Human Security for All campaign was a 18-month-long collaboration with the United Nations, in particular the United Nations Trust Fund for Human Security, which ended in March. And WAAS is going to be continuing this very important project into the future. This first slide demonstrates the scope of the reach we had with all our partners. We ended up partnering with over 20 different organizations around the world, very diverse partners as well, as you can see from the list there. We even managed to collaborate with very old technology like the Amateur Radio Union. I think there's some interesting collaborations out there which people might not come to mind immediately, but I think there's still some very relevant organizations out there which we haven't explored yet. We collaborated with International Kids Film Festival in India. We have a very strong relationship with Spell Bee International in India, which reaches hundreds of thousands, if not millions of school kids. So we're busy. I'll get onto that later. I have a slide on that, but it's very important that we are looking at education as well as policy. This particular slide here is an example of one of our partners, our biggest yet, the Consumer Technology Association. They hold the CES, Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas once a year, 140,000 people from around the world, the leading tech innovators and tech leaders, and all the major technology brands. This is an event which is the closest, I think, to a world fair, if you want to call it that, where the world comes together to discuss new technologies, how it's going to be applied to the consumer world. So the potential of us at the Consumer Tech Show is huge because we have the potential to influence millions, if not billions, of consumers around the world. This particular slide is the CEO of CTA, delivering the Human Security for All message to 1,500 people at the Leaders in Tech event in Vegas. I quickly just wanted to rewind a little bit and mention that in terms of collaboration, there was a comment made by Dr. Isabella Bunn earlier that said, see everything around us as an opportunity. And I think what WAAS has done with the HS4A campaign is exactly that. We've looked beyond the usual suspects and said, who can we collaborate with that's going to magnify the message of both WAAS and human security? And everywhere that the Human Security for All message went, by default, the WAAS message was tagged onto it. So I think there are many, many more people over the last 18 months who are now aware of the work of WAAS and what WAAS is. The other comment by Hans de Orwell earlier was, WAAS becoming overstretched by taking on too much. And I think we've demonstrated with the HS4A campaign that collaboration is one of those solutions, that we do not have to create our own campaigns from scratch. We can find partners who might even be stronger in that field that we can jump onto and collaborate with them. So we've seen the door open for WAAS in new and unusual ways. And the WAAS brand, as I said, is being seen by a much larger audience. This is the entrance to the CES exhibition. I think this breaks the world record for the largest WAAS logo usage ever. You can see it at the bottom there. It was projected onto a 4-story high interior building at the entrance. This is what greeted visitors, or 140,000 visitors to the CES show. If we can go to the next. CES, as a major supporter, we're now going to be going into our 3rd year with them. And we have discussed the idea of possibly looking at a meeting within a meeting at the event in Las Vegas. Having a tech and AI discussion hosted by WAAS within the parameters of the event itself, I think would be a very powerful symbol. I would also, as I go through these projects, I would also welcome people to make comments if they have any ideas of how they would like to become involved. We'd certainly welcome input and ideas of how WAAS fellows can become more involved in these projects. We will have a presence in January at CES again, and we're trying to put a very high-level panel together for the Global Mind session, of which the slide demonstrates it well. Gary giving a presentation at the Great Mind session. They only have 4 Great Mind sessions at the event, and we have managed to secure at least 2 every year, which is quite a prestigious thing to have accomplished. They don't give them out easily, but this is where tech leaders will listen to where the world's going, and we have a platform for that. I won't go through all these. You can read the figures for themselves, but this will give you an idea of the reach and extent of both HS4A and WAAS, being seen by millions of people. The support that we get from CES is huge. They also have around 5,000 members of the press attending the event, and we get exposure in their newsletters, their magazines, and plenty of social media coverage. This is some of the media outlets that we have appeared in. Wherever the HS4A campaign was mentioned, the implementing partners were mentioned, which was the United Nations, Trust Fund for Human Security, and WAAS as well. So as I said, by default, the WAAS name is being carried into all kinds of areas around the world that hasn't been exposed before. And we can go to the next. This is one of our WAAS Youth Fellows, Dora Damjan, who was on the youth panel earlier. We got an opportunity to deliver a message of peace on International Peace Day in Times Square, New York. So we managed to inject the WAAS brand into a very prestigious, high visibility area. And we can go to the next slide. One of the things we're trying to do as well is to look at the historic significance of WAAS. One of the things we did was we reached out to Charles Oppenheimer, who is Robert Oppenheimer's grandson, who is seen on the right-hand side in discussion with Gary. And we're looking at the historical significance of how WAAS was founded and what the relevance today is in terms of what the original charter of WAAS is. How does that translate into the problems of today? And we were speaking to Charles in particular about how we could close that circle of history with the next generation. This is just a quick example of a podcast that is broadcast by CES in the run-up to the show in Las Vegas. And we managed to get a few WAAS fellows involved in a podcast discussion in the run-up to the event itself. Another thing, this is an event called Leaders on Purpose in New York, which is it's currently being held in London right now as well. We invited WAAS fellows to participate in discussions with CEOs. I think, as has been mentioned in previous comments, it's very important to engage the business sector. Academia and science is obviously a very strong part of WAAS, but convincing those or enlightening those that are outside of the WAAS world, I think, is very important. Sometimes convincing people, who are not like-minded is actually more important. We can create more change by convincing others to change their mind. This is an example of EarthX, the previous slide. We were interviewed on EarthX TV. So we had some fellows there as well, giving their thoughts to a broadcast network, which goes out to millions of people as well. The next few slides are just examples of actual projects that we are going to be taking forward with HS4A. The one is Interparliamentary Union, IPU. it's very exciting that we are going to be developing a, could we just go back to the previous slide, please? We're going to be doing a toolkit for parliamentarians. This is being led by WAAS Executive Committee member Donato Kiniger Pasigli. And there was an event in Geneva in March where human security managed to be included in their declaration at the end of the conference, which is quite significant. So WAAS is intimately involved in creating this toolkit for parliamentarians. And we're hoping that the scale of this potential is huge because, parliamentarians would be going back to 190 different jurisdictions and would be trying to implement human security principles. The Inter-Academy Partnership is going to be releasing a statement later this year. It's being prepared by WAAS fellow Phoebe Konduri, and the concept note for it was originally done by WAAS Secretary General Janani. So that is in circulation at the moment. It's out of the 150 academies, 75 have already endorsed it, and 5 more are needed for it to become accepted. So we're getting very close to that. But this is one of the examples of how the Human Security Campaign can actually influence policy and become inserted into very important documents that are being seen by a very large audience. International Year of Sciences for Sustainable Development. This is an ongoing series of talks by WAAS around the necessity of science and human security. WAAS is a member of the Earth Humanity Coalition, and WAAS is also going to be rolling out a series of ongoing seminars and discussions, which will culminate later this year in September in Belgrade, where a conference will be held, titled the World Conference on Science and Art for Sustainability. I think it's very important that these, the results of these conferences are captured and put into reports that then go out further to the people that were involved and to other people as well, beyond the science community, who can look at these documents to inform policy. Okay, if we can go to the next slide. One of the more exciting projects, as I mentioned at the beginning, was the relationship with Spelby International and also the International Film Festival for Kids. These have the potential of reaching millions of school children, and Spelby is a firm partner with WAAS. They have the educational resources and the reach to deliver our message to a very wide audience. We had a great workshop last year that was run with the International Film Festival for Kids. We had 200 schools involved and 10,000 students were actually viewing the workshop, where we went through how human security relates to movie making and crafting narratives for film. And so we are busy planning once again for this year, another interaction with them. So planning is underway for that, and we're going to see if we can reach a wider audience. Phoebe Konduri, Professor Phoebe, who is a WAAS fellow, is leading a measurement, evaluation, and project performance project. And as she always says, if you can't measure it, you can't imagine, you can't manage it, and you can't improve it. What we've done with the Human Security Campaign is, and this is a requirement by the UN, is to submit a progress report, which we have done. And we have put the progress report up publicly on the Human Security website. And what I'm going to do, it's impossible to go through an hour's worth of reports, but in the chat bar, you'll see I've put the link to our progress report. It'll take about an hour to read through it. But if you'd like to see more information of how we are collecting proof of success and proof of how it's working, I think that would make a very interesting read for people who are interested in that. And I think one of the major things of HS4A is that we've pulled the metrics and the numbers together to demonstrate success, which of course is very important for future donations, for donors, foundations who want to support WAAS. We need to prove that we're working and that we are delivering on a set of objectives that have been laid out. It's also a proof that WAAS can take on a third-party brief. The United Nations approached WAAS to run the campaign. It shows that we've delivered, and it shows a whole lot of results and metrics that we can point to show success. So very quickly, this slide shows that the advertising value equivalent, for those who don't know, in the advertising industry, it's a metric that shows, and we have tools to measure this. We have online tools we've been using to monitor the campaign. It shows that we hit $367,000 worth of advertising value equivalent. So if we had to pay for that, if you were just an ordinary agency that needed to pay for that exposure, that's what you would have had to pay for it. And that's what we managed to generate on an extremely small budget. We reached 4.9 million people through social media. We promoted ourselves over 25 World Days, World Water Day, World Environment Day, and made alignments there with new organizations we hadn't dealt with before. We achieved 400 stories in the mainstream press, many of them on those logos I showed you earlier of very high-profile established media channels. And then for me, one of the biggest things is if you go to Google Trends and you punch in the word human security, you'll actually see from 2022, there's been a marked increase in search results for human security. So just on a very broad global level, we've managed to raise the awareness and the importance of human security. People are now searching for those terms. Obviously, all of these projects that I've just mentioned are going to be continuing. They all need support, financial support in particularly. So I would encourage anybody who wants to become involved in any of these new partnerships. If anyone has ideas for funding opportunities, there is a WAAS funding committee that's been established to filter funds into each of these projects that were mentioned earlier by Katan as well. And if anybody personally would like to donate, we're looking at new ways of funding WAAS going forward, bequests, donations on a regular basis, and of course, including WAAS fellows more fundamentally. I just want to quickly end off with the fact that I spent the last couple of weeks ago, I was at the Yale archives looking through all the archives of WAAS going back to the 1960s. And one of the things that stood out for me was that WAAS originally was geared towards creating policy change in the world. I found references to Henry Moore and Salvador Dali, the artists, on a WAAS project in Cyprus. There were letters to the White House, there were letters to Henry Kissinger. The economist Milton Friedman was answering WAAS questionnaires, and these results were compiled by WAAS and sent out to thousands of influential people around the world, captains of industry, heads of United Nations departments and other big think tanks around the world. And those people used that document to inform their policy and planning. And I think, there's no reason why WAAS, shouldn't get back to that same position again in the future, where it becomes looked at as a real resource of knowledge that can go out into the world and affect policy change.
Wonderful. Grant, thank you. I gave you a lot more time, Grant, because I know how important this is and how well it's made an external impact and promoted the brand and the reach of WAAS. Luckily, I'm doing the next session, so I'm going to help us catch up by being really brief and giving the key messages. So you would have just heard from Grant how important the HS4A campaign was. Financing sustainable development to help close the gaps is also, of course, a key endeavor and a massive challenge for the world. And here, in my role as the chair of Force for Good, we're a partner of the World Academy to see if we can come up with the intellectual thinking, the potential solutions, and the execution of those to see if we can make an impact. Here's how we're thinking about that and the initiatives that we're taking. So the SDGs are the cornerstone. The mission is to originate, influence, and execute systemic change through innovative strategies solutions, all sorts of initiatives that leverage technology to make that impact. The program has some very key aspects to it. The first is scaling global high-impact solutions that will actually help close the gap. The report that we use is called Capital as a Force for Good. It's produced by Force for Good, and it looks at the different ways in which the gap has been growing and then how that gap might be closed. The aspects of it that are focused on include policy, social environmental capital, technology, inclusive finance, NGOs, and the individual, and how different stakeholders can work together to make that impact. 6 transformative initiatives have been identified, and each of these has a project plan that leads to execution that potentially can be funded either through the private sector or through governments, and each of them has a partner to see if we can progress them. The third aspect of the program is systemic change for sustainable development through transforming how capital and financial systems actually flow across the world. And we're excited that we actually have the raw data from 125 financial institutions across the world that allows us to actually understand capital flows and how they go from inception, from the individual, all the way through the system. The 125 companies that we analyze provide us with data that is ESG, corporate sustainable responsibility, and also how they impact different stakeholders and fund the SDGs themselves. So it's an enormous amount of data, something like 450 data points across 125 institutions. The fourth aspect, which is quite important, is technology as a force for good. And as Grant said, there's a report called Technology as a Force for Good, which is presented at CES. It was launched 2 years ago at CES, and this year also we presented the second version. Essentially, it looks at how the technology industry is grappling with 3 particular things: technology for security, technology for sustainability, and technology for creating a superior world. It also collects a huge amount of information and has identified 19 technologies that are the focus of the tech industry worldwide, almost in a competition or a race to create the future. This is presented at CES on the Great Minds platform and on the day before, really, at their research event. So it has a lot of credibility with the tech industry. The 100 leading tech companies are the subject that we look at to do that. As an example, last year, we managed to get a lot of media attention on that too. This year, we actually picked up the pace even more. So we managed to attract 2 particular people who were very interesting for the tech community. One is the UN Tech Envoy, Amandeep Singh Gill, who spoke about how the UN is trying to foster and agree a compact for AI. That was an important part of it, of the event, and we had Gary interviewing the UN Tech Envoy and others to speak about this need for us to form policy. So the World Academy is absolutely at the center of this discussion. The second was we had the former head of science and technology at the CIA speak about how, in his time at the CIA, how he saw technology changing and how technology is potentially a force for good and a force for peace. And so very interesting to see a man who, if you watch James Bond films, would have been Q, change his role over time to start to look at technology for social impact. He also spoke about AI and how AI can make a huge impact too for good. And so, as I say, we see Force for Good and the World Academy of Art and Science working hand in hand to see if we can create the new dialogues that need to happen in the era of financing the sustainable development gaps. To illustrate some of the initiatives, and I'll pick one in particular and keep it very short. Last year, what we managed to do was to take an initiative, mass financial inclusion, which cuts across all the 4 initiatives I just described. And we looked across the world to see what the technologies were that were at the leading edge of making sure that individuals who were excluded from the financial system could be included. These are private sector solutions and public sector solutions. Ultimately, we fixed on one in particular, which had a sustainable impact track record. It turned out to be something invented and rolled out by the Indian government. It's called the India Stack. It is a stack of technologies for digital public goods, effectively. It has a layer where you register your identity, and a series of layers which ultimately lead to opening a bank account, giving free access to a payment system to the poor, giving them a savings product, a healthcare product, so they're insured, and accident cover. So it's a powerful financial suite that is facilitated by technology. The Indian government had rolled it out, and as I understand it, they've just crossed 500 million users, 525 million people have opened a bank account to do that. Our simple idea, working again, Force for Good as the partner of the World Academy, was could we get the Indian government to roll that out and offer it for free to the rest of the world? The Indian government had this sort of thinking in its mind already. And what we managed to do was to work with the Indian ambassador to the UN, who hosted a major event at the UN at the ECOSOC chamber, where the offer was made publicly last year in May. It was fantastic to see us actually pass that milestone. There are 6 countries that are already signed up, and 50 will sign up in the next 5 to 6 years. So it's taking an idea all the way through to the execution. That's the aim, and that's what we think we managed to achieve. Now the big task is, of course, still ahead, because full execution requires the funding of various countries to change their financial system so that it's far more inclusive. And Force for Good and the World Academy will work with these countries wherever required to see if that funding can be attracted so that execution happens. And the example India set of 500 million people having financial inclusion gets rolled out across the global south and other parts of the world too, where there is a lack of inclusion. Let me stop it there. That just should be a taster, of course. We would love you, if you are interested in the subject, to reach out to us and tell us how you'd like to be involved in this endeavor to see if we can close the gap. We have just over 5 years left, and the gap is very closable. That's what we find. Let me hand to the next presentation on transforming education and learning. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask Ralph. Ralph, would you mind keeping this to 5 to 6 minutes so we have some time for some good questions at the end too? Thank you. Ralph, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I'll keep it to 5 or 6 minutes as you request. And
Thank
greetings. I'm new to the board, so I've been really studying all these activities of WAAS. And I want to begin, first of all, by thanking Gary and the Mother Service Society and so many others who have contributed. I have seen WAAS do so many things on a shoestring budget. And I will say, in the last presentation, words are very important. Leadership, thought, and action. The new tagline for WAAS really requires funding. So I think it's really important to hear your thoughts about how we can actually raise money and build and expand the influence of WAAS, as everyone talked about throughout this entire General Assembly. I see that as expanding the use and the inclusion of fellows, but also, as we've begun to do, reaching outside of WAAS, not only in partnerships with major organizations, but at the grassroots, particularly with education. So again, we have identified a whole number of areas where education would be at the core. And I think that's foundational to the transformation in thinking of the heart and the mind and art and science that WAAS stands for. So these are the areas that we have initially identified for seeking funding with specific projects in the field of education. And I would say, as one who spent my whole lifetime in my career in education, we're trying to break the barriers of siloed thinking, disciplinary thinking, because we have an opportunity and a need for transdisciplinary thinking in everything we do, and more human connection, human-centered work in education, connection to the planet. So let's move and I'll highlight a couple of areas. One would be to actually focus on the HS4A as an opportunity for transdisciplinary education. So we've seen, we can go to the next slide. We've seen that technology, the internet with broad bandwidth, has allowed for the massification of education. What we need to focus on is content. How do we use the new technology to bring the content? And there are 8 pillars with the HS4A initiative. And so how can we focus on transforming educational systems? And you'll see one is a major project we hope we could create, which would develop curricula on human security at all levels, and particularly train faculty to introduce each of these 8 areas as opportunities: food security, water security, political stability, each of these, sustainability, each of these areas, and specifically work for career paths for students. So this would be one area that would be creating content. Another major focus is on job skills that are going to be created by, and many that will be replaced by, artificial intelligence. And so the range that people talk about is 40 to 80%, not right away, but over time. How can we fill that skills gap? So we already have green skill jobs. How do we connect that to AI and really focus on training the kind of thinking about how to use AI, and particularly the discernment between dis and misinformation, and actually using AI in positive and ethical ways. And again, values, we need a value system here that really can help us use AI in positive way. Let me just go back to well, I'll say with respect to both this and the previous slide, I'd like to see us focus on what's working. People need to see concrete examples. When we heard the youth conversation about the Green Hope Foundation, what can we do on the ground that's actually working? And what are the skills that are needed? And how can we, with human security, with AI, actually show what's working? We also, next is, Alberto has worked on trauma-informed care. We've worked in Ukraine, in the Middle East. We'd like to expand that to really make this a global training. That trauma-informed care is very different from traditional psychotherapy. And how do we bring the work of the WAAS together in programs that will help deal with the psychological and the physical impact of what we're seeing with human security and the wars that are going on. This is a huge project that's needed. We really need to focus more on, Grant talked about Spelby International, and if we can expand that at all levels and work with collaborate with others, we need to find how can we introduce human security at all levels into existing curricula, and at the same time, connection to the planet. There is a major project to develop a postgraduate program in business, building on a lot of the thinking that WAAS has done in this area. And Gary, particularly in the Mother Service Society, is exploring developing this whole new business school, entrepreneur school that will connect to human security and sustainability. I think that will be it. I'll just, we We also think that we could develop courseware that could be introduced, used by other institutions. We've already done a lot of thinking about new ways, new kinds of courses that could be done, short courses, longer courses, particularly in doing work with, in affiliation with other groups. I think this would be a wonderful opportunity, in addition to a full curriculum, for individual courses or modules, that small modules that could be introduced into existing courses to bring about greater transdisciplinarity and expand thinking.
Thank you. Thank you, Ralph, very much. You've very quickly laid out an enormous agenda for WAAS to be involved in transforming education. Nebojsa, can I ask you to pick up on science, human security, and sustainable development?
Thank you, Katan. I will present here very briefly the Science, Human Security, and Sustainable Development Program of WAAS, which comprises 5 projects. The mission of the program is to project and apply a specific integrated approach to the existential problems and challenges facing the Earth and humanity today, based on the 7 human security dimensions and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Since these problems have complex and multiple disciplinary character, and the efforts of scientific communities worldwide are mostly limited to separated disciplines, this approach has been made holistic and multiple disciplinary, meaning that it promotes systemic, disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary research, strongly supported by all other science stakeholders in both the public and private sector. Next slide, please. WAAS is organizing a series of conferences on sustainable and secure development of a few specific science and technology themes. The realization of the project is going on as of a project of the Earth Humanity Coalition in close cooperation with UNESCO. The coalition was established in April this year with the aim to prepare and implement various programs within the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, proclaimed by the UN General Assembly in August last year. WAAS is one of its founding members. The conferences will be the following: World Conference on Science and Art for Sustainability, already mentioned, to be held in September next year in Belgrade, Serbia. Then World Conference on Big Science with Accelerators to take place in the second quarter of 2026 or 2027 in a large international center acting in the fields of science with accelerators and accelerator technologies. Then World Conference on Multilateralism and New Economy, which would be organized by the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in the second quarter of 2028 or 2029 in Beijing. Then World Conference on Sciences for Food, Water and Energy Security. And finally, World Conference on Big Science in Space. With these conferences, we will cover the whole decade, which will last until 2033. Next slide, please. The previous one, please. Okay. WAAS has also prepared the project of Sciences for Sustainable Development as a project of the Earth Humanity Coalition to be realized in close cooperation with UNESCO. The project includes 2 series of webinars on Science for Human Security and Science and Art for Sustainability, and 4 platforms in science and technology for cooperation between the global north and the global south. This is very important, devoted to sustainable and secure development. On the platforms on Big Science with Accelerators, Multilateralism and New Economy, Sciences for Food, Water and Energy Security, and Big science in space. The activities comprised by the project will be focused on policies and regulatory measures aimed to provide sustainable and secure development on the national, regional, and global scales. The third project within the program is devoted to technology for human security. It has been already mentioned in this session by Ketan. I'm moving to the fourth project. The previous one, please. The previous slide. Okay, this is okay. This is okay. Stop it now, please.
Shall I stop it here?
This is okay. Do not move anything.
Okay.
This is the fourth project within the program, and it is devoted to research for human security. The aim is to disseminate worldwide a statement on human security initiated by WAAS and prepared by a working group headed by the Inter-Academy Partnership. This had been also mentioned by Grant. Besides, the project should include a series of webinars on research for human security to be organized by WAAS and other IAP members. The last slide, please. Okay, this is the fifth project within the program, and it is devoted to science diplomacy for human security and sustainable development. It has been discussed in the yesterday's session with the same title. The discussion included all three pillars of science diplomacy, being science for diplomacy, science in diplomacy, and science and diplomacy for science, which cover the power of science to improve relations between countries, even where official relations are strained or severe. The way scientific knowledge and expertise help to inform diplomatic objectives and foreign policy, and the ability of diplomacy to facilitate scientific cooperation across borders. This has been all for me for the moment. Thank you very much.
Portia, thank you very much. You've added a very important ingredient that was needed on science and technology and the S in WAAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chandrasekhar, would you mind talking about this? And again, about 5 minutes, please.
Thank you all for being here today. AI for Education is a project that the World Academy launched a few months ago. We believe that education is the key to unlocking human potential, and with AI, we can make learning more accessible, personalized, and effective. When personal computers were first introduced, it took a long time for them to become part of the educational system. Even today, many students in developing countries don't have access to computers and the internet. Even in developed countries, many public-funded schools rely on old, used, or refurbished donated computers, leaving many students excluded. In contrast, mobile phones have had a much deeper and wider reach. Today, almost every teenager in developing countries too has access to a mobile phone and the internet. This widespread accessibility offers a unique opportunity to bridge the education gap. WAAS is developing AI courses to help teachers become efficient facilitators of learning and enable students to use artificial intelligence to acquire knowledge. While there are many AI courses available to them, our approach is different. Our mission is to empower students with the principles of learning using AI tools, keeping their curiosity alive, fostering original thinking, and creating personalized learning avenues. Our courses focus on practical applications in everyday settings and emphasize the useful deployment of AI without losing the human touch. For example, while some might tell students they can write a book in minutes using AI tool, we question the value of such content. These quick creations often contribute to digital clutter. A book or an article should be an expression and an extension of the author's consciousness experience, and knowledge. AI should bring out the creativity and originality of the author. Our courses help teachers and students understand that AI is a tool to enhance their mental faculties and enrich their creativity and thinking. We also recognize the need for programs to prepare both teachers and students to fully utilize the power of generative AI, enhancing learning outcomes while reducing time requirements. In higher education, we need action plans to speed up changes. Students in all areas need the right knowledge and skills for jobs and continuous learning in our fast-changing world. To address this, WAAS is creating a prototype for an AI training program for medical professionals. This program will use digital tools, an online platform, and a global network of partners to bring AI into various fields of higher education. We are also developing an AI-based learning app, mobile app, that offers interactive, self-paced, customizable, and personalized learning experiences for both formal and informal education, as well as for lifelong learning. In today's world, where knowledge is abundant, the most valuable skill students can acquire is learning how to learn. Our goal is ambitious yet achievable, to reach as many students and teachers as possible over the next few years, starting with India and the UK. What I have discussed so far are just examples of the projects WAAS would like to take up related to AI for learning. We also envision an AI-based decision-making system for effective decision-making, considering all essential factors, both objective and subjective. Leveraging AI to help people learn to think outside the box from a transdisciplinary perspective. To do research on developing an AI-based global news monitoring system to identify fake news and rebuild trust in the media. This is a very ambitious agenda. Our success will depend on three key factors: identifying talented fellows within WAAS who can and would like to contribute to these projects, identifying partner organizations with common values and objectives to collaborate with WAAS, securing sufficient funding. Your support is crucial to the success of the project. By contributing this cause, you're helping to build a future where every student, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to benefit from the advancement in technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sekar. Thank you very much for putting it so succinctly too. John, you knew you would get squeezed because you were last, but please, let me hand to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ketan. First of all, this is a very exciting agenda, all the areas we've discussed. I've been a fundraiser for both impact events, commercial and nonprofit for some time in different capacities, and this is an agenda that I think has a real voice to the market. And so what I wanted to use is that word voice, and I won't go line by line here or bullet by bullet given the time, but I'll frame this up. This is an area that may represent a new area for WAAS that I think is very important because it gives people a voice, and it does it at scale. We've talked about putting the human element back in human security. This is very much that. This is about the humans and reaching humans at scale, giving them a voice, and in the same way, they give us a voice. They give us as WAAS a voice because we can speak for them in places they can't easily get to, such as the Interparliamentary Union or influencing governments and policymakers generally in the areas of education and what that agenda wants to be. So what we want to do here is develop a series of initiatives, as you can see on this page, that on this slide, that give us the opportunity to speak for the people, if you will, and to represent them in a very new way, because we will understand and have put together their issues, their perspectives. And that really opens us up to a different level of, in my view, of validity to the world, a different kind of standing and a different kind of scale. And I think, as I said, it's a two-way street, us representing them and them to us. So So I think it's a really interesting addition to the initiatives that we've talked about today that will have a lot of resonance in the fundraising community and increase the positioning of WAAS. And again, I'm watching the clock, so I'll just be quick here. One thing to note is that the cost of doing something like this, like the companies that you see on the right hand part of this slide, like Facebook and YouTube, Instagram and others, in the past has been extraordinarily expensive to set all of these kinds of things up. In the present, it is getting much, much less expensive and also much more valid. Again, AI, there's a role for AI here in terms of analysis and so on. And also it's a behavior that the better part of the world understands now how to interact with social media. So we are capturing this opportunity at a very interesting time when the world understands it and behavior can be adopted, when the cost structure for doing something like this is very low. And there's no real other forum like the one that we are talking about creating here that gives a voice to the level of a global level of humanity and ties into the other types of agendas and programs that we've discussed here today. So I think I've hit the hour, Ketan, so I'll turn it back to you.
John, that's fantastic. Thank you. And our partner and collaborator on the development path from 1.0 to 6.0 is Clee AI, right?
Yeah, so we already have identified AI engineering and supply for this that understands this mission and again at a low cost can really help us put in place many of the nuts and bolts and analytics level to this effort.
Wonderful. We've heard from everybody in terms of what the programs are. There is a huge number of initiatives and sub-initiatives and a vast number of potential partners and existing partners that are working with WAAS to make this happen. Let me hand back to Gary for the closing words. Gary.
Thank you, Ketan. Thank you for all of the presentations and all of you who are working on these very exciting projects. I don't think anything's left to be said on this except let's go forward, and we want and need the help of as many of our active participation of our fellows to make this happen. We've got ideas we think the world needs that can really make us move from ideas to impact. We're moving ahead wherever we have resources or connections, but we realize this is just the beginning of a whole new phase in the work of the Academy, and we can only do this when we all do it together. So thanks very much for wonderful presentations and great work. I think we can pass then to the last of our group of sessions. We have a couple more coming up. Janani, please take over.
Thank you. This is, hello everybody. This is more of a continuation of the previous session. Welcome to this part of the General Assembly. This is essentially to invite proposals and ideas for collaboration and partnership from all our members. One of the milestones in our journey to this event today was a survey that we conducted of all our members to find out what is important to each one of us, what we think should be the focus of the Academy, what should we be doing more and better. One of the answers that we got consistently from many of you was to work with like-minded organizations, peoples, and groups with shared ideals and values so that we can improve our reach and impact. So this session is mainly an invitation to all of you present here and who will be watching this recording later to reach out to us with your ideas and project proposals. Today, we will be sharing a few such proposals that we have received. Our first speaker is Joe Nurse, Director General for Existential Security Threats at Interaction Council. Joe has been heading the WAAS working group on existential risks and had organized the session and the conference yesterday. Joe, I invite you to take the floor.
Hi there. I've only got 5 minutes, I think, so I'll just speak very quickly in terms of giving a bit of an update of where the existential threats and risks to all working group, we've renamed to Extra, for the World Academy of Art and Science has got to. So we've, in essence, we've kind of expanded our sort of reach and engagement with different partners, including youth leaders through the Global Youth Security Council in particular, which I think is a really useful way to kind of give a bit more energy and a sort of youth voice and perspective to the working group, and also building on the experience of the core members as well. We're developing sort of advocacy pieces and articles as well. But realistically, aside from sort of engaging with different partners, and I want to thank particularly Gary for introducing us to different partners, for example, UNESCO for the UN Summit of the Future, and also the Future of Humanity Summit as well, Council as well. These partnerships are really useful, and I think something that WAAS particularly can help bring already to the work that we're doing. So this is the sort of stuff that we can do in current capacity, but looking to the future, we're working with different partners, including the Interaction Council, One Young World, and also the recently launched Global Futures platform for planet, people and peace, which I've shared with many of you. Essentially, we need a bit more capacity and developing a sort of proposal, a joint proposal with these core partners. In particular, we're looking at the role that WAAS could take as part of that kind of partnership. And the ask today is, in essence, whether WAAS could be either a core partner or continue to be an enabling partner. And the added value that, particularly if we are successful in getting money, I think for WAAS as a particular sort of WAAS-related program on existential threats and risks, there's kind of two kind of key components. One is a leadership program. This would be the majority of it, and in essence, it would be developing a curriculum on existential threats and risks, not just how to understand them and have sort of good risk analysis, for example, with foresight, but also to have to be able to develop strategic solutions, sort of planning, preparedness, and response, build resilience right across the whole gamut of the leadership skills that are needed and were evidently absent in many respects, for example, with the pandemic and how we sort of think about climate change and the climate emergency, emerging technologies, as well as promoting peace. We could link this curriculum as well, much more substantially, to solutions related to human security, because it's ultimately the impact on the ground, and the SDGs or whatever comes after the SDGs as well. So I'd see it as a comprehensive curriculum, ideally across the life course, multidisciplinary, sort of and cutting across all the different disciplines. That could be a pick and mix curriculum that could be delivered through massive online learning as an open access course. This could be hosted, for example, on the Global Futures platform, and it could also be delivered through the link that the WAAS has through the academies as part of professional training and development. And ideally, if there's enough money, then we could also look at mentoring programs, intergenerational mentoring programs through our links with young people and the Interaction Council as well. And again, if there's enough money, so these are sort of graded according to sort of what funding we can manage to get, would be sort of leadership retreats and in-person conferences as well. So that's the kind of the main proposal, a leadership, I'm calling extra leadership as a program. And I think WAAS could really add value to this. The other area as well that would be useful, that builds on WAAS's expertise across WAAS, would be having expert webinars, and also kind of more articles, advocacy pieces, and kind of publications. So, for example, one of the members of the group is really keen that we do like a regular newsletter, because this doesn't really exist in a comprehensive way, and that could support also a kind of an alliance across experts as well. And again, if it's sufficient funding to potentially do an annual report as well. So that's the essence of it. I suspect I'm up in my time, but if there's any questions, I welcome them either now or later as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe, for your presentation and for your leadership in the existential risk working group and the amazing work you're doing. We have received all your detailed documents and will circulate them to the board. Thank you. With Kinsner, I know you had your hand raised, but if it is, I think, lowered now, but if you would like to speak, you're most welcome. We can enable your... Yes, I think you're here now. I think you had it raised since the previous session, so... Okay, we'll come to you later. Ted Trezina, a fellow of WAAS and a former trustee, has a proposal to share. He is unable to join us online today, and so he has sent his proposal, which I will present briefly. Ted is the president of the Inter-Environment Institute in Claremont, California. He has invited the World Academy to collaborate with the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, on the climate biodiversity crisis. IUCN, created in 1948, is the oldest and the largest global environmental organization, with more than 1,400 governmental and non-governmental organizations as members and 15,000 volunteer experts in more than 50 countries. And this joint project will initiate systematic collaboration between IUCN and the World Academy. It will focus on improving the way decisions are made about tackling the twin crises of climate change and global biodiversity. Scientific findings and technological solutions often get more attention than human factors. But while making decisions, we are not only guided by facts, but also by our values, our beliefs, our emotions. And so this project will look at the issue from different perspectives and lead to action. This is Ted's proposal, and the preliminary results, he says, of this joint IUCN WAAS project will be presented at the IUCN World Conservation Congress to be held in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates, in October 2025. And I would also like to mention about Bridges, a UNESCO MOST Management of Social Transformations Coalition. UNESCO MOST Bridges, it's a humanities-driven transdisciplinary sustainability science coalition focused on solving social problems. WAAS is a member of the Bridges Coalition. Our past president, Heitor de Souza, and many of our fellows, including Thomas Reiter, Carlos Pereira, Piero Dominici, have been associated with it from the time of its founding, and its executive director and deputy executive director, Stephen Hartman and Lucy Atala, are WAAS fellows. And we have had meetings and discussions with the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, Gabriela Ramos, who also chairs the Bridges Governing Council. Bridges focus on transdisciplinarity and integration of science and arts are ideas that are so aligned with WAAS. So the association with Bridges remains an important area of our future focus. I'll very briefly, I'll conclude this part of the session, but this is what we hope is the start of a conversation. We invite such proposals and invitations for collaboration. And we also invite topics for future programming, conference topics, and areas for future focus. Let us know what WAAS projects you would be interested to participate in from what you heard in the previous 1 hour in all the sessions of this conference. Send in your proposals, suggestions, and ideas to support@worldacademy.org so that this can be circulated to the board. I thank Jo for sharing her proposal, Ted and Lucy for writing to us, and I also thank the support team that has been working behind the scenes to make this event possible. And now I hand over to Fadwa El-Gindi and Alexander Zidanchik for the next part of this session, membership communication. Over to you, Fadwa and Alexander.
Greetings from California, and I'm happy to be here. It is the official name of the committee that Alexander and I are now co-chairing is Membership Communication Committee, which is a permanent committee according to our bylaws of WAAS. But you know, communication is one of the biggest problems I think that we have, because if we look at the activities that WAAS has become involved in the past 2 years as presented in the conference and the assembly, it is impressive. The thing is, do all the members know about these activities ahead of time? And what are the ways for them to engage? I think that Janani started the process by saying, give us ideas about programs and engagements. And the Membership Communication Committee is concerned about that. They want to, Alexander, the bundle of energy, and I talked a lot about what do we do to engage a wider circle of WAAS members in the activities. I have been alerted a number of times by members, particularly new members, who told me that they know about WAAS activities from the internet, that is after they happen. They never know that this is happening. They never know that we're organizing it. We have to do something about that. But I also know that it's not a matter of just putting things on the website and sending out newsletters. There's more to it. Particularly new members, even at the level of fellow, are reluctant, or they don't know how to participate. They want to participate, but they don't know how to. They are either intimidated or reluctant or not knowing the ropes. And I know, because I went through the same thing. I mean, I always said, well, I want this, but I didn't know how to get in a panel or how to show my interest in panel or show expertise, because we also want participation to be based on knowledge. So these are some points. I am very concerned about communication in a balanced way, and the balance I'm concerned about is the global balance. That is, I want more participation from members from Africa and from Asia. Because I still consider WAAS to be Eurocentered. It is very Eurocentered. And when we say global, it's really European. And when we say values, it's really European values. And we want some balance in that. We want to enter cultural traditions and different ways of doing things and different ideas about democracy and different ideas about human values and so on, because the world has changed. And sometimes I feel WAAS maybe is not keeping up with the change in the world. Although it's very active and it's moving along, and there's a lot about, you know, introducing technology to the entire world. But this is from a business perspective. I think we want to consider the understanding perspective and engagement. This will increase engagement if we open up to engagement from parts of the world, which are, by the way, the majority of the peoples of the world, because the Europeans are not only an aging population group, we have a rising group in Africa and the Middle East, youth. and new kinds of participation, interested in different kind. I mean, to them, human security is decolonizing. I never hear that term. Oh, well, so that is decolonizing is a big concern of many parts of Africa and Asia, because the people are just coming out of being exploited in terms of their resources and their youth and their people and enslavement and so on. And we have to take all of this in consideration in the communication, the membership committee, to engage them. And we want to open up, I think Alexander will talk about that as well. We want to open up those who want to join the communication committee. We can probably have about 4 members on the committee, and we want the balance that I talked about, balance of people from Africa and Asia, as well as Europe, but like all together. So I encourage the, and I think I mentioned that to Gary in one of our private talks, that I encourage the conference like this one at 64 and the General Assembly, but it's once a year. But this is when all the members who plug in to the conference know that WAAS is extremely active and trying very hard to communicate to the world, but we need to do something about letting our members know that this is happening. And I mean by all members. So with that, I hope that people reach us and tell us we want to either join you actively in working with you on the communication committee, or what kind of engagement you want, what kinds of panels, what can you contribute, and so on. I think I'll stop here and give it to Alexander.
Many thanks, dear Fatma, for this wonderful thought from your wisdom, and also congratulations to everybody who has actually been sharing your knowledge and wisdom for the past 2 days. It was really wonderful, and I would just like to share a few points so that it will be easier to follow. And here, as we talk about the Membership Communication Committee, it's been actually a great honor when Gary in one of the breaks asked me if I would co-chair this committee. I'm not sure that my PowerPoint is started. Yes, it is. Yes. Now there are 2 chairs with Fatma, and we are actually trying to equip this committee. So on one hand, we welcome all the ideas of how to improve the communication within the members. You know, the reason that I was privileged to accept this invitation was that I saw there are like about 1,000 members, but there are only a few % of those members participating at such great events as this one today. And there are like 95, 96% or more that are kind of missing. And as Fatma already mentioned, they say they didn't know anything about the event, and they know it's afterwards, or they get a mail, but they don't know it's important. Or, you know, we are all kind of get hundreds of mails every day. So how to figure out that it's important? That's basically our main task, is that we kind of share with members the idea that these mails, when we invite to some WAAS events, are actually important. So that's why also there is a new email which has been formed in recent days, MEMCOM, like membership communication at World Academy. So it's easy to remember, just first 3 letters. So if it's word membership communication, MEMCOM at World Academy. So any ideas, or if somebody would like to join, please share this to this email address. And what is the outcome of this committee? Actually, the first one is to increase the involvement of fellows. That means all fellows, particularly those who are not with us today. And then to foster a sense of community. I have seen, like, I mean, in recent years, there are like 30, 40, maybe 50 people who are kind of going in all events, but most of the others are joining very rarely. And that's why I believe we need to promote this active participation from all members. and also to disseminate results in such a way that the members will say, oh, this is good, I have to join the next time. And then initiate creative ways to seek ideas. Because we live in the world which is full of information, but there are very few good ideas inside. And also this participation in activities, there is like annual conference, there are WAAS dialogues, there are all sorts of activities where people could contribute. The Nebusha is doing wonderful job practically every year, some wonderful conference. And what are the channels? You know, our main channel is basically email, but we should somehow get beyond email alone. So to kind of grab the attention of our members with some other way, but also we need to improve the quality of the email. So if some fellow gets an invitation to an event like this, that they really understand what is in for them, why is it important, and that they get a feeling that this will be a really great event, so that more than like a few percent will join. And then, of course, also encourage this two-way communication. But we don't just send out, but we will also expect our fellows to return their information, their wisdom, their knowledge. And that's here, I believe, we need to take advantage of this augmented intelligence. I like this term. Yesterday, we heard that this augmented is a better term than artificial, because we are not doing something artificial, but we are just expanding our intelligence with this, how we would call it, machine tools. And this can also be used in this membership communication. And we are not talking about, I don't know, something that will change in the next generation, but it's changing from month to month, which means up to the end of the year, this landscape will be completely different than it is today. So all other ideas are, of course, welcome. And if I talk a little bit about language, I think earlier Anna was sharing this idea that if you switch our language to something more positive, more optimistic, okay, security for all this is good, because if people are not secure, then they are not going to feel well, and they will not do other stuff as well. But we need more leadership. We need more optimism. We need a piece of Anzio. I mean, Donata shared a wonderful paper earlier this week, and we need more of that. And then as we talk about these exponential technologies like augmented intelligence, augmented reality, this is actually happening. So we are part of something bigger. I believe it's the first time probably in human history that human intelligence is going to increase by a lot. You know, our brain functions more or less the same as the ancient nations 4, 5, whatever thousand years ago. But now with this augmented intelligence, we are going to have to be much more clever than we were just yesterday. And this is something that of course needs to be taken care of with our communication. And I heard another good phrase earlier today. It was education of the heart. You know, we all educate our minds. We get the skills, we get the disciplinary knowledge and inter and transdisciplinary knowledge. But in order to be effective at what we do, we all need to educate better also our hearts. And of course, lots of other ideas to be collected from our fellows. And the ideas that have been collected so far, of course, one is that we seek fellows' input in organization of events, so that events then get better, you know, more input from more wise people, you get better events. Then we had last week, about a week ago, this WAAS dialogue on sustainable future, where we're exploring possibilities of artificial intelligence to contribute to human security and to peace for all. And we believe that this is an excellent way for fellow engagement. For example, okay, some of you may not know, I was actually educated by our great professors Robert Blintz and Ivo Schlaus, who is our honorary president. He is with us here today also. Well, you know, they were doing great physics, but they also wanted to do something good for humanity. And that's why they were building networks all over the world, but also locally. And there are some great examples like, I don't know, Zdeve Center, excellent cooperation with the academies from the neighboring countries. And then also this great event on World Academy that was in 2005 in Zagreb. And I believe this is actually a model which we can use to enhance the communication between the members of the academy, to like everybody is equal. We are all fellows, which even the junior and associate fellows, of course, and we can share our wisdom, our knowledge, and we can also invite other excellent scientists and artists to join, because we need even more wisdom and knowledge in our academy. And of course, any other ideas are most welcome, and you can share them with this address, memcom@worldacademy.com. And I would like to thank you for your attention. And I really like to encourage you to send your ideas, to think about it. And if somebody has some ideas right now, I believe we have some time still open for discussion, as Janani actually promised us 10 minutes. So your discussion is very welcome, and any ideas that you send that are going to be sent to this email will be most welcome. Thank you.
Janani, you want to say anything more in this session?
No, this would be it. I just wondered if Vitol Kinsner would like to add anything, because I think he's been waiting for some time.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Vitol, yes, you're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much again, Gary, and everybody for the beautiful experience over the last 2 days. Talking about things that are so dear to our hearts, then probably almost more important than anything else. I've been prompted with some 15 ideas after Grant Schreiber's indication that he started looking into a direction that we have not been looking. That is IARU, the International Amateur Radio Union, that I've been a ham radio operator all my life for the purpose of the amazement that we could do some unbelievable things on this planet. But amateur radio deals with thousands and thousands of people who are dedicated to peace, to prosperity of the hearts and minds around the globe. Their lives are completely dedicated to that area. So that triggered also what you've been talking in this session of the engagement of people who are already engaged, but are engaged in their own family. So it's more or less a tribal approach to doing things. As I feel artificial is not the right way for AI, but the augmented is the closer to our heart. I feel that we could really gain, Gary, you could gain dedicated individuals who could not just change the course of history, but could participate in what WAAS wants to accomplish, bringing that security of all of the minds and hearts, so that we could really create and activate the potential of each individual, from kindergarten to those who can hardly talk or walk. I'm one of them. I got struck by my brain got disconnected from my body last year and got fixed. I feel that I have a chance. So again, AI can be very helpful in rehabilitation. But the core idea over here would be to look into joining space and the terrestrial networks that already exist with new networks that can be brought by the amateur community. Because we don't need a network that exists. We don't need an internet. We have our own networks. I'm leading a project in IEEE, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, that is an initiative that brings low Earth orbit satellites and systems with the terrestrial networks to establish telepresence. And telepresence in education is probably the next impact that can be brought by all of the tools that exist. again, radio is particularly important over here. We've been building small satellites. Some of them went into space to again create the edge computing in space to achieve the objectives that we want to. So what I would like to suggest that maybe your committee and Grant could pay attention to such initiatives that exist now and then look at, say, the radio community at large. I could really be very helpful because obviously I use the arrow to get me permission to use frequencies in space that I can utilize and communicate with satellites. But there's also a big operation called MOVE, mobile type systems that go to emergency areas, to flooding and other areas where people have nothing left, and will restore all of the communications, recharge telephones, and provide alternatives to cell phones. That has been going on now for years. Maybe they would love to see what WAAS is up to. um, I also feel that there is another organization, AMSAT, Amateur Satellite Organization. I'm also a member of that, a very active one. For example, since we had difficulties in getting to Yaru and getting all of the activities, we established a new AMSAT Canada to help us in achieving the goals more faster. But above all, this is a place where we can connect with young professionals. I've been teaching for the last 50 years how to obtain a radio license, how to be a legal user of those frequencies. 1 hertz costs $1 billion, essentially. We have those billions and trillions of frequency hertz for free. But what is free over here? Those people who can then return the value and can fight for peace and can connect those the unconnected. The other issue is also we could really connect with other organizations like the Amateur Radio Relay League in the United States and many organizations across the country. There are thousands of clubs that could be interested in helping WAAS in achieving the goals that you have. The goals are rough and tough, but communication is the critical component to reach education. And then I would like to move to the next. Do you have the time? I will take no more than 5 minutes.
Okay, please.
Or 3. The other area in teaching is teaching teachers. Again, I've been doing it for the last 40 years. Organize space camps for teachers to teach them how to teach the students. I cannot reach everybody, but they can. I don't know the students, they do. It is really establishing. And teachers are natural members of WAAS as helpers, as the extension arm to reach the population of the younger generation. Then the teachers also of indigenous students, specifically all the North and the South apply to all of us. And we've been willingly neglecting them. I heard the decolonizing. We can actually do some fixing of the damage by helping the people who are still needing us. The schools in the North get 1 kilobit per second transmissions per hour. So they're disconnected. We can help on that score. And again, the radio community can be very important. I would also like to suggest that you connect with the IEEE educational community, educational activities. ACM educational activities are also extremely active. Those are IEEE has 470,000 members. ACM has 120,000 members. You could really have an impact. I've been hearing about being one. Oneness is what makes us different. We don't have to fight as tribes. We can be one. But oneness requires now the best of the hearts and minds. And then also the technology and all of those things that are missing in getting the oneness. Oneness, you are better than I. No. Ich und du of Martin Buber says it all. We are one. We've always been one, but we also see you as thou. You as thou, not as you as an exploitation target. We have to see the value of each heart as the treasure, as the sacred, as then we have a starting point. But without telecommunications, we can't accomplish it. So again, we need to come back to it. So that component.
Well, thank you. I really missed hearing your voice for the
Last one more thing. You probably, some of you know that I'm very much interested in cognitive digital twins. Cognitive digital twins that will be necessary to accomplish what you want to. The new education cannot be done the old style. The Prussian model of education that we practice today must go. You've been talking about it for the last 2 days and also in May. I think that this is also something that we need to get help. And I have another 10 projects, but it will have to wait for another occasion. Thank you so much for your attention.
Witold, thank you so much. It's great to hear you back again. We missed you during your recovery. And I'm sorry that I see, Grant, thank you for the message in the chat, that I'm sorry that Walt Stinson isn't here, because Walt single-handedly was responsible for bringing us to CES, or bringing CES to the Academy, or bringing HS4A to CES. And he was also the one, he's also a lifetime amateur radio specialist.
Operator, yes.
Operator and lover. But it raises, and I think your ideas are wonderful, and I'd really like to arrange a meeting for more detailed discussion of this. Your identification, we did have a very good campaign with IARU, and I know Walt worked very, very hard all the way up to the top of the international organization. I think you know them, it wasn't that easy to do. And we had it broadcast all over the world on the HS4A program. But it brings up another point, which is one of the points. I want to thank Fadwa and Sandy for agreeing to chair the Membership Communication Committee. It's always been important to the Academy, but we've had and we still have a significant handicap to come over. Until 6 months ago, WAAS had no paid employees. 0. Now you have met our only paid employee, who is Grant, whose job has the job description of about 10 people. Including fundraising, by the way. He's still in charge of the HS4A campaign. All the rest of the work of the Academy, we have 21 members of the board. We have about 7 officers who are members of the board. Everybody's a volunteer. And the only support staff we have are the wonderful team from Mother Service Society who are running this conference. And it's been the work of about 5 or 6 people full time in getting this together. The reason I'm not raising this as a barrier, I'm saying this is a voluntary organization where fellows, including very distinguished people, Grant's going through the history and talking, he mentioned a few of them in his presentation, very distinguished people who had 10 full-time jobs, feel it's so important, the work of the Academy, that they dedicated their time to this. And I knew some of them, like Harlan Cleveland, who's just a remarkable man, and others who have been mentioned during the days. We are essentially a voluntary organization. the reason, and we have done everything we've done really on the support of our fellows who want to accomplish something. Now we realize, as long as we were talking to one another, we managed that. We didn't manage it very well, and we had a lot of the limitations that arise from that, including communication with our fellows. Now we need the fundraising, not just to do projects, but we need the fundraising to support active involvement of our members, because to produce every newsletter, we have the hours on it, keep the website going, do all of the mailings we've done, and Janani can send it out next week if you want to know how many letters have gone out to our fellows this year, which is certainly a world record for WAAS in the last 60 years. We did a survey of our members in October on our strategic planning process. And I think we got about 55. It was a very tough survey, not an easy one. We really wanted serious input from our fellows. And we did get very serious input from about 55 of our fellows. We did another survey in December asking our fellows, announcing we want to have a General Assembly, and asking our fellows what are the topics they would like to see. And we got, I think, Janani can correct me, but maybe 15 or 20 responses, or maybe it's a few more. And then we did a third survey of all of our fellows. We did a third survey asking, these are the topics that we're going to do for the conference now. Who would like to participate? And I don't know what the number was. Was it about 30, Janani? I'm not sure.
Close to 50.
50, okay, 50. I'm happy to say that the count today is we've had 266 unique individuals, most of them members of the Academy, who have participated in the first 3 days of the General Assembly. But what we do need, and we certainly need an active membership committee, and we certainly need a lot more feedback, but we need also a lot more active participation of our fellows in the work of the Academy, because that's what we're about. Fadwa, you wanted to say something?
Yes.
Or is it volunteering? You've already been volunteering, Fadwa. So.
No, I'm not volunteering anything. I've enough volunteering. I just want to make 2 points. As part of the communication committee purpose, because the engagement is what Alexander and I are going to be working on, with ideas that get approved, that go on. One of them is, I must say that the website is not very inviting. When you look at the website and how we think and who we think, it's all European thought origins. Where is the African thought? Where is the Arab thought? Where is the Latino thought? Where is the Asian thought? Where is Russia? Where is China? I don't see symbols of thinking. All I see is the original Greek thing, which is the, the very European imagination that's the origin of thought. The other thing is, WAAS members have been actively publishing in the journals of WAAS, but nothing seems to be happening with that. And many of the ideas in the conference that I was listening to were rehashing much of what already got published by members. I think we want to engage more with the thought that is proposed in these publications. How do we do that? Perhaps we ask each author to give us 2 or 3 points that they consider the main point of their article. And all this would be managed somewhere centrally to look at and summarized and brought up. That is, if we have an idea that's already been published in Cadmus, we must say that on the panel. I agree with the publication in 2023 by so-and-so, who proposed. That is the way to integrate Cadmus fellowship thought with what is being presented, but we keep presenting the same ideas again over and over as if they are new when I read about them in Cadmus or when so nobody's promoting, and not many people are reading Cadmus really in the outside world. We need some evidence that it is being read. There are now, as there is assistive technology can tell us who is clicking and reading our articles. And this is a kind of engagement that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatwa. I think that my point, I thought you made a good case already about the need for more active membership involvement, and that's why we reactivated the membership committee, and we're still waiting for nominations for other members on the committee. What I was trying to do was to inform our fellows of the reality of the academy, that the work even of the membership committee and the work to be executed on recommendation of the membership committee has to involve the active participation of our fellows. That's all I was trying to do. It's a complement to the fact that we have to provide more service. We need to do that, and we have members who are dedicated so much of their time at the highest level that at the sacrifice of their occupations and their businesses even, and we don't expect everybody to do that. But I just gave that example of Walt, who single-handedly brought us two huge projects and walked through them for a year and a half and took the responsibility. So that's the kind of academy we are. And I just thought it's good to be clear that we don't have a huge staff on which we're going to commission to do everything we want. We have to do it. Our participation now in this meeting was very encouraging. 266 fellows is very encouraging, but we want to do much more. And of course, we want to increase our representation. And as we have been saying to the board, remember, every fellow of the academy, every full fellow of the academy has the responsibility and the authority to nominate fellows to the board. It's not just the board that does that, to nominate fellows to the academy. Nomination of new members is one of the responsibilities or privileges of our fellows. The updating of our profiles on the web is the responsibility of each fellow to keep their profile updated so we know what they're working on. We know the things that are of interest to them, and very few do that. Our own staff has gone through the profiles so many times. It's a huge task to go through hundreds and hundreds of profiles. We need to create that culture of active participation among our fellows, not just to receive something, but to contribute to giving us the information we need and helping us grow the academy. We've grown from, I counted now, we have in our fundraising, we had about 100 partners participating with us in events in the last 3-4 years. That's a rough guess. Out of that, we've got 10 centers and about 30 partners who are really ongoing and we're working with. And that's all been built up. All of that's been built up in the last 10 years. And many of our members have connection and are representing other organizations as well. And and our growth of our partnerships is really important for our work. It's one of our strategies that's been most successful, to leverage our partnership with other organizations, like with Force for Good, and you heard from Ketan, example like that. Been wonderful association for both sides. So I guess the message to go along with members, one of the things to be communicated to the members is, we want to actively support your engagement, and we need active support of our members to help us grow and be a better organization that we are today. I'd like to thank all the speakers and all the participants, all the attendees who have stayed with us for long sessions. This is the end of our fourth day and the official end of the meeting was at 64. We have set out, the team in India has set out an ambitious schedule to edit all of the videos that have been done, 24 sessions, I think, 120 speakers, 128 speakers, something like that, and send them out individually. We're trying something new this time because instead of just expecting everybody to come at this fixed time for an online meeting and running two sessions in parallel where you can't possibly watch them both, we're sending out the videos one at a time over 3-day intervals to a few thousand, 2,000-3,000 on our mailing list, inviting them to go and watch what they missed, which is of interest to them. And we did it as an experiment for the last 3 weeks or so and saw that just about doubled the in a short time, it doubled the amount of viewers of each of the videos than those who actually could do it during the time. And I think over time, the numbers will even go up. So if we had 266 active participants, we may be able to make that 500 in the next couple of months as we mail it out and give people the opportunity to watch what they want to watch at their own convenience. And not all of it bunched together. And we welcome more ideas like this. I'd like to thank, again, all of you who have participated. I think it's been a very productive and very helpful guidance to us. We've got some very good, rich content that we're going to be processing. Janani's going to be heading up, producing a report on the committee. We're going to be publishing articles by some of our speakers in Cadmus in the upcoming issue. And we're going to be looking and planning for our future programming. We're working now with UNESCO on a proposal for the Summit of the Future, and beyond that to a new future education conference. So with that, it's late. We've run over our time every day, I think, this time. Thank you all, and look forward to working with you and working together for the human security of all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Sorry, my final is I have to thank the team at MSS, Vasugi, Harini, Chitra, Kani, Shweta, and of course, Janani, who's one of everybody, of all of us here, and Chandrasekhar, who spoke today. Have I missed anybody, Janani? I shouldn't.
Ranjani.
Ranjani, of all. Well, she's a fellow, so she doesn't count, right? And Ranjani, sorry. And Dora for the extraordinary effort she made to work with this team of about 15 youngsters. I think they had 4 meetings over 4 weeks to try to hear what they wanted to say. And we gave them an opportunity to share the thoughts they wanted to share. Our involvement of youth is a really important part of our agenda. And we're looking to our junior fellows to be the driving force for that. So wish you all a good day and a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.